Greetings and welcome to my Nmap course. Let me give you a quick introduction as to who I am if you don't know already. My name is Nathan House and I'm the CEO and founder of the cybersecurity company Station X, and I'll be your instructor throughout this comprehensive Nmap course. I have over 24 years experience in cybersecurity and have advised many of the largest companies in the world. I've assured the security on multi-million and even multi-billion pound projects. I provided security guidance to companies such as Vodafone, BP, Visa, the London 2012 Olympics, and a number of banks and financial institutions, plus many other companies. I was a security lead on a number of the UK mobile banking apps, so if you live in the UK, you may well have an app on your phone that I have helped secure. I have many security qualifications, including CISP, CISM, CISA, SCF, among others. Over the years, I've spoken at a number of conferences, developed free security tools, and discovered serious security vulnerabilities in leading applications. As a security educator, I have sold over 50,000 courses, which are all highly reviewed and excellently rated. I have a popular cybersecurity blog, and I currently have over 60,000 active Twitter followers who listen to my advice. So in theory, I should know what I'm talking about when it comes to network security, ethical hacking, cybersecurity, unless I've just been getting away with it all of these years. It's never been more important than it is today to maintain good security, and a tool like Nmap helps in that task. I'm extremely passionate about helping you learn and achieve your goals, and I'm very excited to be here to teach you. If you have any questions, please just ask. I'm here to help. So target audience, this course is designed for anyone interested in Nmap, such as ethical hackers, penetration testers, systems administrators, techies, and anyone in fact who wants to understand more about the hosts and devices on a given network. This course assumes a basic understanding of operating systems, networking, and the internet. Nmap can be used on Windows, Mac, Linux, BSD, and many other platforms. If you've got one of those platforms, then Nmap can be used on it. Nmap is an important tool that every system administrator, hacker, techie should be familiar with. If you want to master all of the Nmap features, then this course is designed for you. Let's start by giving you a quick introduction as to what Nmap is. Nmap, short for Network Mapper, is a free and open source command line tool for network discovery and security assessment. It is used by ethical hackers, penetration testers, systems administrators, black hat hackers, and anyone, in fact, who wants to understand more about the devices on a given network. It is also often called a network scanner or a port scanner because it scans for open ports on devices, but it has much more functionality than just a simple port or network scanner. And port scanning, if you're not familiar with what that means, what that term is, well, this will tell the user of the scanner what ports are open on the scanned devices and therefore what services are running, such as you can see here, we've got port 22 open, so we know on this device, which happens to be 192.168.1.1, that is potentially SSH, and it's given us some version information here, so we can see that this is SSH. Or it could be port 80 and it could be HTTP, a web server, or 53, which is a DNS server. So that is what a port scanner does. That is what Nmap does. It determines whether the host is up and it determines what the host is running on it. And it can do that across multiple different domain names and IP addresses. And Nmap uses raw IP packets specially crafted in order to determine this. So it tells you, as I've said, what hosts are available on a given network, what services, as we can see here, the services like the application name and the version, the hosts that are available. In this instance, we can see 192.168.1, as I've said, and potentially what operating system we can see here, Linux. We can see here the Linux kernel, and depending on the scan, what type of packet filtering firewalls are in use, and many other characteristics can be deemed using Nmap. Nmap also has a powerful scripting capability. It allows users to write and share scripts using the Lua programming language to automate a wide variety of networking tasks, including things like network discovery, more sophisticated version detection and vulnerability detection. The scripting can be used for vulnerability exploitation and even brute forcing. Nmap was designed to rapidly scan large networks, but works fine against single host too. Nmap runs on all major operating systems, and official binaries are available for Linux, Windows, and Mac OS X, to name a few. In addition to the classic command line Nmap executable, which you can see the output here, the Nmap suite also includes a GUI called ZenMap, which you can see here, for a graphical interface to Nmap, all of which we're going to go through on this course. So that was your quick introduction to Nmap. So let's carry on. Let's talk about the goals and learning objectives for this course. After you've completed this course, you will be an expert in Nmap. Nmap is a tool used by ethical hackers, penetration testers, systems administrators, and even black hat hackers for network discovery and hacking. You will be able to install Nmap on Windows, Mac, and Linux from packages and source. You'll be able to create a desktop or cloud hacking lab to do the practical Nmap exercises within the course. You will understand the basics of what port and network scanners are and what they're used for and why. You will master how to select targets to scan and how to interpret the port states shown in the results. You'll know how to successfully discover active hosts on a network, how discovery works, and what the best discovery options are. You'll understand the many scan technique options available within Nmap, including SYN, Connect, and ACK scans, plus all the others. We explore the various methods to select ports that you wish to scan. We cover in detail how to use all of Nmap's detection techniques, including service detection, version detection, and operating system detection. You will understand how to use the powerful Nmap scripting engine, NSE, that comes with Nmap. You'll learn how to invoke NSE scripts. Plus, I'll give you some tips on the best scripts to use and those to avoid. You will understand the format of scripts and how to go about learning to write your own NSE scripts. You will understand how to optimize Nmap with timing and performance options. You will learn how Nmap can be configured to evade intrusion detection systems and bypass firewalls. We cover how to invoke the various output options so you can see the Nmap scan results in the format best suited for your needs. You will learn how to convert, merge, and compare results. We explore how to perform scans using the Nmap GUI, ZenMap, and the options available within ZenMap. You'll learn about the ZenMap inbuilt profiles, which profile is suitable for what situation, and how to use a profile editor to create commands within the GUI. We explore how criminal black hat hackers use Nmap in the real world. You'll understand how Nmap is used in combination with hacking infrastructure and command and control servers. You'll learn how a criminal hacking infrastructure is used and where Nmap fits into the criminal hacking process. Plus, I will show you several other extra hints and tips, such as bash scripts and others, to help you become an expert in Nmap. So those are the goals and learning objectives for this course, for this complete course on Nmap. By far, the most common questions I get are around starting a career in cybersecurity and/or ethical hacking, and how this course will help in securing a great job. Well, so it's true, jobs in cybersecurity can be very exciting, rewarding, and well paid. I've certainly loved working in security, hacking into systems and defending them against active attacks. So it is worth considering a career in cybersecurity if, of course, cybersecurity does interest you. If we look here, we can see this is for the US. The US Bureau of Labor Statistics reports that an information security analyst, which is an example of a job, the average sort of job in cybersecurity, earns nearly $100,000 per year. So you are well paid and it's a fun job. And the other great news, if we go to Job Outlook, scroll down a little bit here, employment of information security analysts is projected to grow 32% from 2018 to 2028, so much faster than the average for all other occupations, i.e. there are loads of jobs. So the same statistics bear out for all developed countries too. So well-paid jobs, lots of jobs available. The cybersecurity unemployment rate was at 0% in 2019, where it has been for the last 8 years. There is predicted to be 3.5 million unfulfilled cybersecurity jobs by 2021, up from 1 million positions in 2014. And these jobs are very well paid, as I've shown. It's also often claimed that the cybersecurity industry is recession-proof. It's a recession-proof career. Well, I guess we'll see on that. And many roles like penetration testing, ethical hacking, they can be done remotely too. So really, it's never been a better time to start a career in cybersecurity, which is why I get so many questions about careers in cybersecurity and ethical hacking. So what I did was I put together a great guide, which is here, on how to start a career in cybersecurity, covering all the common questions that I get and are asked every day, because there are some legitimate barriers to entering the industry, like just where to start, what courses to take, what certificates are important, how to gain experience, and so on. And I cover all the solutions to securing a great job in my guide, and how this course that you're taking fits into this overall picture for you. You can find the cybersecurity guide, obviously, at this URL, or you could just simply Google Station X Career Guide, and you'll just find it. It's the one at the top. The guide has just been updated for this year and has so far been downloaded by 500,000 people in the last 2 years. So that's really great, but still there's loads of jobs out there. And because you have special access to me through this course, if you have any questions after reading it, then just ask me if you've got any career questions, of course, and only technical questions on the course itself. So go download the guide if you're even just slightly interested in a career, because maybe it's an opportunity for you. We certainly do need the people in the industry. There's a gap and there's a problem for the world, essentially, because we haven't got enough people to help secure systems and organizations. So check out the guide. It will help, and it will make things much clearer, give you a clearer picture. This course is designed to be practical, so you can take the skills I teach and apply them in the security tasks you need to complete. So as I go through the course and show example commands, I would like you to follow along, trying out the commands yourself on your own machine. The course is designed for you to follow along and duplicate the examples that I show, which will help you in remembering the commands. And to help you in that task, I've created a very useful Nmap cheat sheet with lots of examples and useful commands on it. Nmap has many commands to remember, almost all of which we're going to go through on this course. So as reference to help you out and to make the course easier, I've created this cheat sheet so you can easily reference all of the commands. It is available as a web page and a PDF document that you can download and keep yourself. It is available at this URL here, www.stationx.net/nmap-cheat-sheet/. So I recommend you go download this cheat sheet now, and then we'll get dug into the course. So it's available at this URL here. Let's talk about the goals and learning objectives for this section. After you've completed this section, you will be able to install Nmap on Windows, Mac, and Linux from packages. You'll know how to find the correct instructions for compiling Nmap from source code on the available platforms. You'll know where to download the pen testing environment Kali, which runs Nmap. You'll also know where to download the hypervisor VirtualBox. You'll be able to successfully install Nmap where needed. I also provide guidance on how to set up cloud-based servers for your own cloud-based hacking lab. Let's talk quickly about downloading and installing Nmap. This is usually a fairly painless procedure, as Nmap can, on most platforms at least, be installed and upgraded with just a single command. And you can see a command here, this command being the example of what you would put in on a Debian-based system or Ubuntu, which would install Nmap through your package manager. I actually recommend running Nmap on Linux because if you do run it with Linux, then you have available to you other command line tools that you can interact with Nmap. That is also possible on Windows and Mac, but just not in quite the same native way as it is with Linux. But saying that, both the command line version of Nmap and the GUI version ZenMap of Nmap is available for Windows, Mac, BSD, Solaris, and other platforms. My personal preference and recommendation is to run Nmap on Kali Linux. Now, if we go here, if you go to this URL or whichever URL it happens to be, when you do a search for Kali Linux images, then you want to download the latest image or ISO image so that you can install this operating system. This is a Debian-based pen testing Linux distribution. It's designed for pen testing. Nmap is a pen testing tool or can be used as part of pen testing. If you're not familiar with Kali, it's definitely worth using to familiarize yourself with security tools, and it's a good tool to use with Nmap. And it will give you access to all of the other tools that I'm using as part of this demonstration. On this course, I use Kali to run Nmap. Now, if you don't have Kali or you don't want to install a Linux operating system, then you can install a virtual operating system. So you'll need to get yourself a hypervisor. So whatever your operating system is, so if you have Windows, then get yourself hold of the Windows host version and also get yourself the expansion pack here. And then if you pop over to the Kali website, you can get an image for Kali, which you can see here, download, and then you can run that image through the hypervisor through VirtualBox, and you'll be able to get access to Kali through your main operating system. Installing Kali in a virtual machine makes Nmap quick and easy to get up and running on Linux if you don't have Linux as your main operating system. If you're on Windows or Mac, you don't need to run it on Linux. It's not essential that you do that. It's just my recommended platform for the best performance, that's all. But if you want to get running quickly on this course, then certainly install it on whatever operating system you've got right now. On Windows and Mac, it's unlikely that Nmap is pre-installed, but on Linux, there is a chance that you may already have Nmap. So if you type in Nmap --version, you'll be able to see whether or not you have it and what version you've got, and then check out what the latest version of Nmap is and see whether you have the latest version. Some Linux versions may be quite out of date actually, so it is worth checking what it is you've got. So let's talk about the various options for installing it. It is possible to install it from the source code, and to do that you'll need to follow the instructions that are here based on the platform that you've got. It's different depending on the platform that you've got. Choosing the source install allows for more flexibility in determining how Nmap is built and optimized for your system. To build Nmap from source, check out this section here where there are simple package instructions for most common distributions, but most people won't need to install from source though. So otherwise, if we're not installing from source, then you want to check out this page here. This is the main install URL. And what you want to look for here is you want to look for your operating system, the operating system you want to install it on. So you can see here, Linux, Windows, Mac, etc. So let's have a look at the Linux page. So I'll click on this one. So Linux users can choose between a source code install, as I've mentioned, or using binary packages provided by their distributions, such as your Red Hat, your Debian, etc. Or you can get the binaries directly from the Nmap site, which is here. We can see the latest binary packages here for Linux, macOS, Windows, etc. But we're talking about Linux right now. The binary packages are quicker and easier to install. And for those new to Linux, I recommend installing from a binary because this allows for consistent management in terms of upgrading, removing, or surveying software on the system. A downside to using binaries, though, is that packages created by the distribution are often behind the nmap.org source releases, which are these you can see here. So getting it from the distribution would be like using Yum on Red Hat or Fedora, or apt-get on Debian. That would be getting it via distribution, or you can get the binaries here from the Nmap site, which will be up to date. Through Yum or through apt-get is that they can be behind or out of date versus the Nmap site. But most Linux distributions keep their Nmap packages relatively current, though a few are way out of date. Kali should have the latest as long as you apt-get update and apt-get dist upgrade, so you have the latest version of Kali. So let's jump back here to the Linux page. The Red Hat, Fedora, Mandrake, and Yellow Dog distributions have an application manager named Yum, which I've just mentioned, which manages the software installation and updates from the central RPM repository. And if we scroll down here, we can see here an example of how you would install it using the package manager Yum for those distributions. Yum install Nmap. Very, very simple. And if we scroll down further, we can see examples for Debian and Debian-based systems, and we've got apt-get install Nmap, and another option for Debian. So say the Debian version that you've got is not giving you the latest version via apt-get, then you can obtain the latest version from here, which is the RPM format binaries, and you can convert them to deb packages using the alien command, which you can see detailed here, and then install them using the dpkg command, which you can see it's showing you how to do here. And of course you can install from source, as I've mentioned. And with the RPM packages, you can see here that you can actually install them directly from the site as opposed to using the distribution, and the distribution software manager like Yum. So Red Hat, Fedora, Mandrake, etc. You can just directly install it here from Nmap. So that's Linux, but as I said, I recommend using Kali. If we pop over here, if you are in Kali, and as I've mentioned already, what you want to run is apt-get update and apt-get dist upgrade, and that will update Kali to the latest version. You should get the latest version of Nmap. So we're finished with Linux there, and quickly on Windows, essentially you just need to download the executable of the latest version and install as normal. Really simple. And if we scroll down here onto Mac, get the latest DMG file and install as normal on Mac. You do, however, have the option of using a package manager on both Windows and on Mac. If you're not familiar, on Windows, the package manager is Chocolate, and the package manager on Mac is Homebrew. These allow you to install things via the command line. So if you wanted to install this, then if we go down to the install page, this is the Windows Chocolate. You would need to run this command, copy it and paste it, and that will install the package manager. And then you want to find the package you want to install, and it'd be choco install nmap. So this is the same as apt-get or Yum. And on Homebrew for your Mac, you run this command to install Homebrew, and then you have brew install nmap, and that will install nmap. So those are two other options for installing nmap on Windows and Mac using package managers. What is the advantage of doing that? Well, it just simply means that you can do it via the command line, and that might be easier, and you can also keep them updated a little bit easier. And one final thing to mention, it is possible for you to want to verify cryptographically that you have downloaded the genuine thing. So check out the instructions on the install page based on your platform for how to do that. So that's the nmap install. It is relatively simple because you can just use a package manager or just use an executable for Windows and Mac, or it's already on Kali. So it should be fairly painless. If you want to do nmap scans from the internet using your own server, you can use a cloud-based server. Why might you want to do this? Well, on your local network, you may have restrictions as to what type of traffic you can send out, or maybe you're doing this from work or from school, and that network doesn't allow all types of scan traffic out, in which case you might need an internet-based, cloud-based server from which you can do your ethical hacking or your nmap scanning, which you can easily and cheaply set up these days. In fact, it's very easy to get your own cloud server for use as a lab or for ethical hacking and other activities these days. Here you can see in front of you one such provider of cloud services, and this is DigitalOcean, which I recommend. Also here we've got Linoid, which I recommend. Turnkey Linux, another one that I recommend, and very popular and very well known is Amazon Web Services. I recommend all of these as my company StationX uses them for various things, so I can vouch for them all. Let me give you a quick example of how easy it is to set up your own cloud-based server for ethical hacking using DigitalOcean. So go to DigitalOcean's website, which is here. Obviously, you need to register, then you need to log in. You also might need to put in credit card information depending on what server it is that you're going to select. And then you need to create a droplet. A droplet is the name of a virtual server or cloud-based server. As you can see, it's whizzing away here, giving us the options. I recommend you select Debian. Debian is my preferred operating system. You can choose a size. I mean, for Nmap, you don't need anything bigger than a $5 a month size of a server, which you can select here. With Amazon Web Services, there are still free microservers that you can use that you don't have to pay anything for, but it's actually quicker and easier to set these up via DigitalOcean. We can come down here, we can add our storage, add the location, add SSH keys, choose a name, and then create, and that's it. We have our own machine for doing what we want with. And then we can SSH into that machine. So SSH, I'm going to SSH into mine. Mine's got a nickname of Cloud Lab. And then I can run my Nmap commands, nmap -h. So there I am on my cloud server there, able to scan whatever it is that I want from the internet. You can get the full Kali on AWS, which is Amazon Web Services, which I've just pointed out, which is there. So that's the full Kali version on a cloud-based server. You need to go to Amazon Web Services. If you're not familiar with this, you've got to create an account, register, add your credit card details and such. And then you go to create an instance of a server, and you can look on the AWS marketplace. And here you can see a Kali Linux server, which you can select, which is free. So you can install quickly a cloud-based full Kali instance, giving you full cloud-based hacking lab to use with Nmap and other hacking tools. So there you go. I wanted to give you a brief on how you can get yourself a hacking lab together there. DigitalOcean, Linoid, Turnkey Linux, Amazon Web Services, and even check out the Kali Linux AWS image that's on the marketplace. Let's talk about the goals and learning objectives for this section. After you've completed this section, you'll understand what port and network scanners are, what they're used for and why. You'll learn what the basic Nmap command does and how it's invoked. You'll understand how to select targets to scan and how to interpret the port state shown in the results. Right then, now we're going to look into the details of Nmap and all of the commands and how you use it. But before we do that, let's just have a quick introduction and a few cautionary notes. So Nmap, as I've said, it's used as an information gathering tool, but unlike some tools for information gathering, Nmap actually interacts with the target servers, or it does in most instances. Although you will still consider this information gathering, as it's not an attack per se. Note, in some countries, even port scanning may be against their laws. Plus, Nmap can perform more invasive discovery techniques with scripts than just port scanning, which could or would be considered hacking by some nations and laws. So bear that in mind. Basic port scanning, generally you're okay with doing. But when you start using scripting within Nmap, you need to be aware that could actually be illegal in some jurisdictions. The target's intrusion detection systems may well detect the port scanning, but this isn't an issue if you're trying to be stealthy, because doing external port scans, at least when you're scanning the whole of the internet or you're scanning targets that are externally facing, these types of scans happen constantly. Our own StationX servers are permanently port scanned, so this raises no suspicious alarms. This is because hackers scan the internet all the time, so it causes no alarm. Port scanning is analogous to maybe looking at a house to see what sort of windows and doors it has before you think about breaking through them. For scanning, Nmap is precise and can fingerprint the majority of services discovered. And just to make sure you're aware of all options, for companies with very large IP ranges, ZMap or Mass Scan are also fast to use as alternatives for Nmap, and also WhatWeb and Blind Elephant can be used for fingerprinting websites too as alternatives for Nmap. So Nmap isn't your only choice, but it is the main tool that is used for network scanning, for network discovery, versioning, etc. So let's get on with it. Okay, we're now going to go through using Nmap to gather information on a target by running port scanning and fingerprinting. It's a very important tool and useful tool that almost every hacker will be using, whether they are black, white, or grey hat. Nmap is the most used port scanner on the internet, and justifiably so, because it is extremely powerful and it's just good, essentially. Here you can see the output of the Nmap-H switch, which is the help. And if we click over here onto this tab here, we can see the most basic and simple command for Nmap. Essentially, it is Nmap, and then it is the target. So I'm just going to run this now. And as you can see, that was very, very quick, 1.45 seconds. Now, this simple default scan is actually scanning 1,000 TCP ports on the target. And the default scan is actually relatively comprehensive as it is. Now, what are those 1,000 top ports? Well, if we do a little search here into this directory, which you can see here, I do some sorting and grepping and head, we can actually then look at what the top ports are. And if you scan through, you may see some protocols that you're familiar with. HTTP here on 8008, SQL, X11. Essentially, it is all of the ports that you would expect to be in a list of the most common, the most popular 1,000 ports. But if you are unsure or wondering what it is that it is going to be scanning in the default, then of course you can just run this command here and you will be able to see what those ports are. But essentially, unless you specify ports, it will always be using those 1,000, those top 1,000 ports. If we run this as a privileged user, we're running it here as root and we're in Kali. So on Windows, that would be admin. This launches what's known as a SYN stealth scan. Now, if we run as an unprivileged account, so non-root, that can't create raw packets, the TCP connect scan is used. So with root, it's a SYN scan. Without root, it's a full connect scan. Now, if you're not quite sure what I'm talking about here, then it means you need to know a little bit more about TCP IP. So you need to read up a little bit about it. So find out about the TCP IP three-way handshake, which is essentially a SYN, SYNAC, and ACK. When the user has root privileges, the scanner is able to send just a SYN, and then a SYNAC that comes back is enough to know that there is an actual open port there. But when you do not have privileges, you cannot send raw TCP SYN packets. You have to call the operating system and do a full connect. And essentially, it just takes longer. So if you can, you want to be running as a privileged user. And just to make that clear, the difference between the two is that the TCP connect scan uses the high-level system call connect to obtain information about the port state. This means that each TCP connection is fully completed, and therefore it is slower and more likely to be detected and recorded in system logs. The SYN stealth scan, as it is known, which is the default for privileged accounts, uses raw packets to send specifically crafted TCP packets that detect port states more reliably. Nmap-H, and I scroll up, you can see here all of the potential switches that are in Nmap, and we get to the top here. And the first thing we're going to talk about here is target specification. So as you can see here, we've got host name, IP address, networks, and it can be done in this form. So we can see the domain here, we can see a domain, and then we can see with the CIDR notation, So /24, we can see a single IP address here, and we can see ranges, so 12254. And if I go down to the bottom here, I can put a switch in here, and I can put the target either at the end, or I can put the target here at the beginning. And I can do any of the notations that were previously there. So I can put, for example, 24, which is the CIDR notation. I can put 1 to, say, 35, or I could just put in the domain like Microsoft.com. This -S, capital S, don't worry about that for now. We're just talking about the target. I'm just putting that in there so that you can know that you can put the target in at the end, or you can put the target in at the beginning. So if I run that scan now, it's going to scan with this particular flag, which is actually the SYN flag, which is the default anyway. And it's going to scan all of those 35 hosts. And as you can see here, it's found 1, 2, 3 hosts on 1.1, 1.8, and 1.35. And if we look at the details here, we can see started scanning and the Nmap version, got the date. It's calling this and found it as the name router. This is the IP address. The host is up. It scanned 1,000 ports, as you can see. And there are 4 that it has found to be open: 22, 53, 80, and 1723. And these are on the TCP port. And based on this number from its database, it believes that to be SSH. That isn't necessarily going to be the case, but in most instances, people do use the common ports for common services. Later, we'll look into versioning to determine and bannering, and looking at banners and other information through scripting to verify if the service is actually the correct service that is listed. And then we can see the MAC address as well. Now, I've brought back the Nmap help again. We can see we've gone through these here, the host names, the domain names, the IP addresses, the networks. Another useful way is to use a file as the input. So as you can see here, it's -IL. So we need to create a file, so nano target files. And you can see here, I put in some targets here, just in exactly the same notation that you would if it was within the command itself. So then the command that we want is I, capital L, and then the target file. So as you can see here, and we'll run that. And that'll take a little bit of time. While that's running, we're going to pop back to here. And we can see the next one. This can be quite useful. This chooses random targets, and then you need a number after it in order to determine how many random targets that it will choose. So that would be Nmap. Then let's put 3 in there. So that's going to choose 3 random targets. And then I'm going to add another switch here, which is verbose. So the output will be verbose. So there'll be more output than normal. So we can see exactly what's going on here. So 1V is verbose level 1, 2Vs, 3Vs, the verbose level goes up. So we can see here, scanning 3 hosts, and those 3 hosts were down. Let's try again. And they were also down. And let's try 30, and this time we may indeed find something. And we can see here we've got some open ports, 80 on this IP address, 1935. If I press a key while this is going through, it's going to go through the percentage of completeness that it's going through. So you can see it's 99%. If I press V while it's going through and while it's active, it will increase the verbosity of the output. So we can see here that it's found a host, a Vodafone IP in Germany. And we can see it's got HTTP, it's got RTMP up. And because we've got verbose output, it's given us the reason why it believes it's up, and that's because it's sent a SYN and then it's got a SYN ACK back in return. So I'll make note of that IP address for later. And if we go back to the help here, we can see we can exclude hosts as well. So say we had a range and we wanted to miss out a couple of hosts, and we can even have an exclude file as well. So that's target specification. So we've gone through a little bit on what the output is and what does it mean. So we can see here the state. As we go down, we can see open, open, open. These are all open, but ports can have different states, and I'll go through all of the possible states now so you can understand the port states. So open the first one, an obvious one. It means an application is actively accepting TCP connections or UDP datagrams or SCTP associations on this port. If you don't know what SCTP is, then don't worry about that for now. But essentially, it means that it is accepting connections. And each open port is an avenue for attack. A black hat wants to find and exploit the open ports. And then under status, you may see closed. A closed port is accessible in that it receives and responds to Nmap probe packets, but there is no application listening on it. These closed ports can be helpful in showing that a host is up because closed ports are reachable, and it's possible that it may be worth scanning it later in case something opens up. But it does show us that the host is up and active, even though the state is closed. And then under state, you may see filtered, which means Nmap cannot determine whether the port is open because some form of packet filtering prevents its probes from reaching the port. This means the probes are filtered by some sort of maybe a dedicated firewall, router rules, ACLs, a host-based firewall, something like that. Filtered ports provide little information. Sometimes they respond with ICMP error message such as type 3, code 13, so that's like destination unreachable, but filters that simply drop probes without responding are far more common. So this forces Nmap to retry several times just in case the probe was dropped due to network congestion rather than filtering. This slows down the scan. And then under state, you can have unfiltered. The unfiltered state means that the port is accessible, but Nmap is unable to determine whether it is open or closed. Only the ACScan, which we haven't covered yet, which we will go through, which is used to map firewall rule sets, classifies ports into this state. Scanning unfiltered ports with other scan types, such as the SYN scan, which we've already mentioned, can help resolve whether the port is open, which we will cover. And then under state, you can have open filtered. Nmap places ports into this state when it is unable to determine whether a port is open or filtered. This occurs for scan types in which open ports give no response. The lack of response could also mean that the packet filter dropped the probe or any response it received. So Nmap does not know for sure whether the port is open or being filtered. The UDP, IP protocol, FIN, null, and Xmas scans classify ports this way. And then you have, under state, you have closed filtered. This state is used when Nmap is unable to determine whether a port is closed or filtered. It is only used for the IP ID idle scan, which we will cover later. Goals and learning objectives for this section. After you've completed this section, you will know how to successfully discover active hosts on a network or over the internet. You'll learn how discovery technically works and what are the best discovery options to choose given different host discovery requirements. So here we are looking at Nmap help again, and we're going to look at the host discovery options, which you can see here. Discovering active target hosts and services is called discovery. From the early information gathering stages, the black hat will have domains, subdomains, and IP addresses from the target, which he wants to discover if they are active hosts and whether they are running services on them. So these IP addresses, these domains, these often need to be reduced from sometimes huge sets of IP addresses into a list of active and interesting hosts. Scanning every port on every single IP address is slow and usually unnecessary. A black hat is looking for active hosts with open ports that can be exploited to compromise the target. So obviously the first step is the host is being up, and then the second step is the host is running services. So this discovery stage is working out whether the host is in fact up and running and is an active host. And that is the stage we're in now, the discovery stage. So the discovery probes of Nmap are designed to solicit responses which demonstrate that an IP address is actually active. So if we go over here, we can see Nmap 192.168.1.1-5. So that will scan 1 to 5s. If no host discovery options are given, so you can see we've got no host discovery options. These are the host discovery options, S and also mainly capital P. If no host discovery options are given, Mmap sends an ICMP echo request ping, a TCP SYN packet to port 443, a TCP ACK packet to port 80, and an ICMP timestamp request if no host discovery options are given. The exceptions to this are the ARP for IPv4 and neighborhood discovery for IPv6 scans, which are used for any target on a local Ethernet network. So here, this 192.168.1.1 is a local Ethernet scan. So if I do a -V, we'll be able to see the output here. So if we look here, we can see it initiated the ARP scan. That's because it was on a local network. And then before it does any port scanning, it does the discovery. And the discovery is done via those mechanisms that I mentioned. ICMP echo request is sent out. A SYN packet is sent to port 443. A TCP ACK packet to port 80 and an ICMP timestamp request is sent. Then, if there is a response back based on those discovery probes, then it will go into a port scan. And if we look here, then we can see the scan will be based on these options here. Now, because we have selected nothing in terms of the scan type, it does the default scan, which, as we mentioned before, is a SYN scan, and it is of the top 1,000 hosts. So we did the discovery, we were on the LAN, so we did the ARP ping scan, we did those other probes as well, the ICMP, the SYN packet to 443, and then after those, we then did the port scan itself, which returned those. So as I said here, because we're on the local network, we've got the ARP scan. But let's try this same thing, but let's do it with something that's not on the local network. So just a random domain there with a -V. And then we can see here at the beginning, we've got no ARP that's in there. But we can see that we've got a DNS resolution. Obviously, it's found something. It will have found something on 80 and 443. So there would have been a response there. We can see these opens and we can see these closed ports here. But closed still tells us that this is an active host, even if all of these were not here. So here we are back to help. Let's look at the first one here. We've got the list scan. So what does that mean? Well, this is no scan at all will be done. So by default with this, Nmap still does a reverse DNS resolution on the hosts to learn their names. And you still can find interesting information just from their name. So this is the least invasive type of scan. So if we pop over to here, we can see here I've got an Nmap scan of the /24 of facebook.com with an SL, which is the list scan. So this is going to do a reverse DNS lookup on those IP addresses and tell us those DNS names. And if we scan up here, there we go. We can see the DNS names of these servers. And you can sometimes find interesting bits of information like it's a VPN server or it's a dev server, you know, those sorts of things. So you can see these are all the DNS names, interestingly, of Facebook. Now, if we want to be a little bit more adventurous, then we can do a random set of targets. For 300 targets, we'll do the list scan and we'll do double verbose. And this should be fairly quick because of course it is just a DNS lookup, or rather a reverse DNS lookup. That took 14 seconds for 300 hosts. So here we go. We can see a whole bunch of DNS names for various random IP addresses. One step more intrusive is the ping scan or the no port scan. This option tells Nmap not to do a port scan after the discovery stage and only print out the available hosts that have responded to the host discovery probes. This is often known as a ping scan, as you can see it written here. Now, if we go here, this is the -SN ping scan option. So if I run this now, that's disabled the port scan, but it has done the discovery. And the default host discovery done with -SN consists of the, as I mentioned before, the ICMP echo request, the TCP SYN to port 443, the TCP ACK to port 80, and an ICMP timestamp request as default. And as you can see, that is very quick over the local network, and it has returned all of the active hosts on the local network, but has not done a port scan. Moving back here to Nmap help, let's scroll down a little bit here. We're now on to -PN. Treat all hosts as online, skip host discovery. This option, as it suggests, skips the Nmap discovery stage altogether. Disabling host discovery with the, let's hop over to here, with the -PN causes Nmap to attempt the requested scanning function against every target IP address. So all of these without checking first if the host is active. So essentially this means skip the discovery stage, but still do a scan. And it'll do the default scan, the SYN scan, the 1000 top hosts, etc. And there we go. Oh, and of course I added the -V so we could see a little bit more of the output here. We've got the ARP scan because we're on the local network, DNS resolution. We can see here host 2, 3, 4, 5 down. Host 1 is up, so it's gone then into the scanning stage, the SYN scan stage, the 1000 top ports, and it's found those 4 ports there in less than a second. Back to Nmap help again, and we can see the next discovery options, which is essentially to do a SYN, an ACK, a UDP, or an SCTP type discovery. If we pop over to here. So here we've got the PS selected, so that's the SYN ping. Now this option sends an empty TCP packet with the SYN flag set. The default destination port is 80 if none of these are selected, or rather none of them are specified. And then note, it obviously as normal continues on with the port scan. So think of this as discovery, but with specified ports to check to see if the host is active. So you would use this if you think the standard check for discovery isn't good enough. And there we go, it's found the same ports. Let's clear this. Now let's change the target a second here. So we'll do a -I and R, which is random. We're going to choose 10 random. Got it on verbose there again. And we're going to add the -S and N, which if you remember, that means it's going to do no port scan. So this is going to be discovery only for 10 random IP addresses. And I'm going to press V here to increase the verbosity level. See there it changes to 2. Press enter, see how far we're through it, 87%. And there we go, it's found 0 hosts. Let's try that again, just see if we can find something. And there we go, we found a couple of things. One in Brazil and another Amazon AWS server. And these were discovered by sending SYN packets to these ports here. And then afterwards, it did no scan because we've got this selected, the no scan. The SYN flag suggests to the remote system that you are attempting to establish a connection. Normally the destination port will be closed because, well, most ports are closed and a reset RST packet is sent back. If the port happens to be open, the target will take the second step of a TCP three-way handshake by responding with a SYN ACK TCP packet. The machine running Nmap then tears down the connection by responding with a reset RST rather than sending an ACK packet, which would complete the three-way handshake and establish a full connection. The RST, the reset packet, is sent by the kernel of the machine running Nmap in response to the unexpected SYN ACK, not by Nmap itself. Nmap does not care whether the port is open or closed. Either the reset or the SYN ACK response tells Nmap that the host is available and responsive, effectively that it is active. And here we are back in Nmap help. That was the SYN scan. We've got the ACK, we've got the UDP, got the SCTP. And if we go here, we can see in much the same way as we did with the SYN scan, we can change this to A and we can do an ACK scan instead. And you can see that's also very quickly. So the ACK scan, as we explained before, it's sending an ACK to those ports in order to do the discovery. And if we come here, we can see in the same light, we can do UDP as well with the PU. Just to remind you, PS, PA, PU, PY. And here we're doing PU for UDP. So here we're doing a scan and we're looking or doing discovery against port 53 on UDP, which is DNS. And we're doing it against random hosts, 10 random hosts. Let's see what we get here. So nothing. And as you can see here, we've got receive no response because we've got the verbose on there. Let's change that to VVV. See if we get anything extra. No. And let's change that to 100 hosts just to see if we're lucky to get a DNS server. And there we go. We can see that's potentially a DNS server. At least it's responded anyway, although it's saying port unreachable. So they're probably not DNS servers actually. But there you go. Back in Nmap help here. And if we go down here, we can see PE, PP, PM. So these are discoveries by ICMP echo, timestamp, and netmask request discovery probes. So if we go here, we can see an example. We've got our PE, and our PE is an ICMP echo. So ICMP echo. Also, we're suppressing the scan. So this is only doing a discovery via ICMP echo. And we've got verbose. Let's enter there. And what do we find? So we can see we've got no response to all of those. And then we can start to see the odd machine that is there on the local network. Now if we go back to help again, now we can see -PO, protocol list, IP protocol ping, which sends IP packets with the specified protocol number set in their IP header. Now, if no protocols are specified, the default is to send multiple IP packets from ICMP protocol 1, IGMP protocol 2, and IP in IP protocol 1. So if we click here, this is the syntax for it. We've got the -PO. And as I said, if we leave that blank, it'll do as default 1, 2, and 4. But we've specified here 1, 2, and 4, and we're suppressing the scan afterwards. So this will just do a discovery on those ports. So let's give that a go. And it's discovered these hosts here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you can see there 6 hosts up. Now here we have Nmap and then the target, and then -P, then -R. That actually isn't on the help. You only find that if you dig through the references. Then we've got -SN, which means we're going to suppress the scan, and we've got our verbose. So what is this PR doing? Well, this is an ARP scan only. When you're on a local internal network, you can do an ARP ping, and that's what this is. And this is done by default on an Ethernet local network and is much faster than the IP discovery. If it gets a response back, Nmap doesn't even need to worry about the IP-based ping packets since it already knows the host is up. This is the fastest way to do discovery of hosts on a local network. If I press return here, that's doing the whole 255, and it's found 6 hosts to be up by using ARP instead of IP. Back in Nmap help here, we can see the -N, -R. So this is never do DNS resolution or always resolve. Also quite interesting, we can actually choose the DNS servers. And in combination with this list scan, where we simply list the targets to scan as opposed to scan them, we can do a reverse DNS lookup. We can change the DNS server to be the local DNS on, for example, a local network, like you can see here. And this is basically going to tell us what's on the network in terms of network names. So it's a reverse DNS lookup. And this can potentially tell us useful information. So we can see here we've got this Cali box, an iPhone, something else there, John's something, router, etc. And we can use the OS's DNS resolver, and there's also traceroute, which can come in useful from time to time. So here we can see we're doing 3 random hosts. We're suppressing the actual scan and just doing the discovery. The reason I've suppressed a lot of the scans in this is so that you understand that this is the discovery phase that we're talking about here and not the scanning phase, which can be a little bit confusing. Some people mix up the discovery and the scanning. They are separate phases. So we are suppressing the scanning here and doing some trace routes to 3 random hosts. And let's see what sort of results that we get back. There we go. We can see one host is up and we can see the route through to that host. And if you're using ZenMap, that can help graphically to represent where certain devices are. So there you go. That's the discovery stage, the stage before the actual scanning is done, to make sure that the host is actually alive and active first before the scan, which are these here for the scan techniques. Goals and learning objectives for this section. After you've completed this section, you understand the many scan technique options available within Nmap. Scan techniques are the core of what Nmap is. You'll learn how each scan technique can be invoked, and importantly, when and why to use each scan technique. Once the discovery stage is done, Nmap moves on to scanning the ports for interesting services. As default, as I've said, this is those 1,000 top used ports using a SYN scan, S-Y-N scan. Most of the scan types are only available to privileged users. This is because they send and receive raw packets, which requires root or admin access. Nmap attempts to produce accurate results, but keep in mind that all of its results are based on packets returned by the target machine or the firewall in front of them, and such hosts may be untrustworthy and send responses intended to confuse or mislead a scanner. Much more common are non-RFC compliant hosts that do not respond as they should to Nmap probes. FIN, null, and XMS scans are particularly susceptible to this problem. As you can see here, there are a dozen or so scan techniques available. Only one method of scanning can be used at any one time, except that the UDP scan, which you can see here, and any one of the SCTP scans may be used with any of the TCP scans, which you can see here. So generally, it's just one of these that can be used, unless you're using UDP, which you can use one of these and UDP at the same time. To try and remember all of these switches, just remember that it starts with a little s followed by a prominent character in the scan name, and that's usually the first character. So we've got the S and then big S, which is the SYN scan. We've got the T, which is the connector. And then we've got A for ACK, window, etc. U for UDP, null, FIN, XMS. So that's the way you can attempt to try and remember them. But mostly SYN, ACK, and UDP are the ones that you use. So here we can see the S, capital S. The SYN scan is the default and most popular scan option because it can be performed quickly, scanning thousands of ports per second on a fast network that's not hampered by a restrictive firewall. It is also relatively unobtrusive and stealthy since it never completes TCP connections. If we click over here, we can see an example of the command nmap target -s capital S, and I've added the verbose there. But if we didn't have the -s capital S, it would be doing this SYN scan anyway, because as I said, it's the default. This technique is often referred to as a half-open scan because you don't open a full TCP connection. You send a SYN packet as if you're going to open a real connection and then wait for a response. A SYN ACK indicates the port is listening, it's open, while a reset and RST packet is indicative of a non-listener. If no response is received after several retransmissions, the port is marked as filtered. The port is also marked as filtered if an ICMP unreachable error, one of the error messages type 3, code 12, etc. is received. The SYN scan works against any compliant TCP stack rather than depending on idiosyncrasies of specific platforms as Nmap's FIN, null, XMS, Mayamon, and idle scans do. It also allows clear, reliable differentiation between the open, closed, and filtered states. So it is generally, in many cases, the best option to use, and it is the default option anyway if you were just to do that. Back to Nmap help here, we can see the S capital T, which is the connect scan, which looks like this. You obviously don't need the -V, but I always add it for verbose. TCP Connect scan is the default TCP scan when SYN scan is not available. Basically, when you're not running as root and your account doesn't have raw packet privileges. With a Connect scan, instead of writing raw packets as most other scan types do, Nmap asks the underlying operating system to establish a connection with the target machine and port by issuing the Connect system call. When SYN scan is available, it is usually the better choice. Nmap has less control of the high-level Connect call than with raw packets, making the Connect scan less efficient. The system call completes connections to open target ports rather than performing the half-open reset that the SYN scan does. So the Connect scan takes longer and requires more packets to obtain the same information, and target machines are more likely to log the connection. A decent IDS will catch either scan type SYN or Connect, but most individual machines have no alerting system. Many services on your average Linux system will add a note in your syslog and sometimes a cryptic error message when Nmap connects, and then close the connection without sending any data. An admin who sees a bunch of Connect attempts in the logs from a single system will know they have been scanned. For external systems, this is an every hour or every minute occurrence. For internal systems, this would be quite rare. So making connects is more noisy, certainly in terms of IDS and logs, and making SYN connections is less noisy, but nowadays people do know that scanners use SYN connections, so it's not as stealthy as it was, say, 10 years ago to use SYN scans. So that's the Connect scan. Let's just run it here. Because we're running it against a single machine, this will be very, very quick, 1.31 seconds, but a SYN scan would be quicker and certainly much quicker against lots of hosts. Back to the Nmap help, and we're looking at scan techniques, and we're looking in particularly at the UDP scan, the -S-U scan now. So if we click over here, we can see an example of a scan here, Nmap, and then the IP address, then the -S-U, and then we're adding in verbose as well. Let's press return on that one. Most interesting services actually run on TCP, not on UDP, but some worthy of note do run on UDP, like you've got DNS on port 53, you've got SNMP on 161 and 162, and you've got DHCP on port 67 and 68. And we can see here we've got some open ports. We've got one on 137 and we've got one on 5353. And then we've got a bunch of these open filtered. UDP scanning is generally slower and more difficult than TCP scanning or SYN scanning. But exploitable UDP services can be found, so UDP shouldn't be forgotten completely. Open filtered, we've already discussed that. So remember, that's when Nmap is unable to determine whether a port is opened or filtered. This occurs when open ports give no response. So Nmap doesn't know for sure whether the port is open or being filtered. You can combine UDP scans with another type of scan. So if we just clear this here, and then if we add here -S, capital S, so that means we're going to have a UDP scan and a TCP scan. And here we can see the TCP ports, quite a few of them, and the UDP ports as well. UDP scans work by sending a UDP packet to every targeted port, but for some common ports, such as port 53 and 161, a protocol-specific payload is sent to increase response rate, but for most ports, the packet is empty that is sent. Occasionally, a service will respond with a UDP packet, proving that it is open, as we can see on these as examples, this 137 and this 5353. But if no response is received after retransmission, the port is classified as open filtered, as you can see here, which, as I said, means that the port could be open, or perhaps there's packet filtering that is blocking the communication. Now, what we can do to try and determine whether or not the ports are truly open or not, or filtered, is we can add -S -V. Now, that is version detection. This will send more data to the UDP ports in order to determine version information about those ports. Now, because this is UDP, this is going to take a little bit of time, or certainly longer than the previous scan. A big challenge with UDP scanning is doing it quickly. Open and filtered ports rarely send any response, leaving Nmap to time out and then conduct retransmissions just in case the probe or response were lost. Closed ports are often an even bigger problem. They usually send back an ICMP port unreachable error, but unlike the reset packets sent by closed TCP ports in response to a SYN or connect scan, many hosts rate limit ICMP port unreachable messages by default. Linux and Solaris are particularly strict about this. For example, the Linux 4.2 kernel limits destination unreachable messages to 1 per second. Nmap detects rate limiting and slows down according to avoid flooding the network with useless packets that the target machine will drop anyway. Unfortunately, a Linux-style limit of 1 packet per second makes a full port scan of 65,536 ports. That will take around 18 hours to scan. So ideas for speeding up your UDP scan, they can include scanning more hosts in parallel, doing a quick scan of just popular ports first, scanning from behind a firewall, and using the --host --timeout to skip slow hosts. And as we can see, that has just finished now. So you can see that took a little bit of time. And let me give you an example of what I was talking about there. So if we have --host --host --timeout, and then I've got 2M2 standing for minutes here. So what will happen there is it won't waste more than 2 minutes on a single host. So it's going to do the same thing again, but it will time out if it goes over 2 minutes. And we're going to cover more on timing later. So that's UDP. UDP scanning is generally slow, as I've said, and it's more difficult than TCP scanning. Exploitable UDP services can be found, so UDP shouldn't be forgotten though. Let's bring an end to this scan. Let's hop back to the help, and we see here we've got the SCTP scans, we've got the init, and we've got the cookie echo. So we can see here S capital Y or S capital Z. So this is Stream Control Transmission Protocol. It's an alternative to TCP and UDP protocols, and it's mostly used for SS7 SIGTRAN related services. So think mobile cellular networks. So unless you're working on one of those networks, then essentially you'll not find anything on SCTP. So if I run this now, it's not going to find anything at all. And there we go. Back to Nmap help again, and then our scan techniques. We have the ACK scan, ACK scan. This scan is different than the others discussed so far in that it never determines open or even open filtered ports. It is used to map out firewall rules to determine whether they are stateful or not and which ports are filtered. If we click over here, this is the command, simply -S--A. The ACK Scan Pro packet has only the ACK flag set. When scanning unfiltered systems, open and closed ports will both return a reset packet. Nmap then labels them as unfiltered, meaning that they are unreachable by the ACK packet, but whether they are open or closed is undetermined. Ports that don't respond or send certain ICMP error messages back, like type 3 code 1, 2, 3, 9, 10 or 13, are labeled filtered. If you have a device with a filtering firewall in front of it, try scanning it with this scan, because it is used to map out firewall rules and determine whether they are stateful or not and which ports are filtered. Then we have the Windows scan, which is here. We can see an example of it here. The Windows scan is exactly the same as the ACK scan, except that it exploits an implementation detail of certain systems to differentiate open ports from closed ones, rather than always printing unfiltered when a reset is returned. It does this by examining the TCP window field of the reset packets returned. Back in Nmap help, And we can see here we've got the TCP null, the fin and Xmas scans with the S, capital N, capital F, capital X. Now these three scan types are exactly the same in behavior except for the TCP flags set in the probe packets, which are different. So in the null scan, does not set any bits. The TCP flag header is 0. Then we have the fin, which sets just the TCP fin bit. Then we have the Xmas scan. This sets the fin, PSH, and URG flags, lighting up the packet like a Christmas tree, hence the name Xmas or Christmas. These three scan types exploit a subtle loophole in the TCP RFC to differentiate between open and closed ports. The key advantage to these scan types is that they can possibly sneak through certain non-stateful firewalls and packet filtering routers. And that's pretty obvious. You can see here the -S capital N, which is the TCP null scan. We have the fin scan here, and we have the Xmas scan here. Then we have this Mayamon scan. This technique is exactly the same as the null, fin, and Xmas scan, except that the probe is a fin ACK, because that's according to the RFC 793 TCP RFC. A reset packet should be generated in response to such a probe, whether the port is open or closed. However, a guy called Uriel Mayamon noticed that many BSD-derived systems simply drop the packet if the port is open. So it can be useful on BSD systems. And then if you want, with the scan flags, you can customize the TCP scan flags yourself to whatever it is that you want them to be. Here we can see the -S capital I. This is the zombie scan or idle scan. So believe it or not, with a little trick, with the right sort of host, right type of host, it's possible to bounce a scan off that host, off another host, and that's what you call the zombie, so that you can scan a target and that your scanning comes from that zombie and not your own machine. Now these days, it's not easy to find a zombie, which this technique will work off. So for that reason, it's not really that worth covering. But if you do want to know about the exact details of the technique, just for the sake of what used to be possible, then check out this link here for the idle scan. But as I said, not really too possible nowadays, but it is a method of bouncing scans off other hosts if the host is a specific type and responds in a specific way. So that's the idle scan. The SCTP scans we've talked about. There's the -S-O, which is the IP protocol scan. If we jump over to here and we specify nothing other than the -S-O, it will do the default scan. If we look at the results when they come up, we can see that it's telling us that this host is responding to ICMP, which is essentially ping and such, and TCP and UDP. So these protocols are being used, and SCTP is not being used. We can get a little bit more specific. So if we go on to this one, we can actually specify the IP protocols that we actually want to check for, as opposed to going for the default. And if we click return on there, we'll see that IGMP, which is number 2, and number 3, which is GGP, and IPv4, which is here. These all identify as open filtered, but the ones that we would expect, ICMP, TCP, and UDP, those are all up and they are functioning on this device. This is another way of identifying if a host is up and what protocols it's running. Let's pop back to help again. We'll see -B. This is the FTP relay host, so it's an FTP bounce scan. This exploits a feature of the FTP protocol RFC 959, where supported by so-called proxy FTP connections. Now this vulnerability isn't widespread at all anymore, so pretty much you can ignore that one because it's not usable either. So that's a roundup of all the scan techniques that I've gone through there. The goals and learning objectives for this section. After you've completed this section, you will understand the various methods for selecting ports you want to scan. You will understand in detail how to use all of Nmap's detection techniques, including service detection, version detection, and operating system detection. So here we are on port specification and scanning order, and there is actually quite a lot of options here. And the main switch is the -P, and you can see here it's giving us some examples of how you can use -P. Now let me go onto this tab here, and what I'll do is I'll go through a selection of how you can use this -P to do port specification and port ranges. So as we can see, we've got our Nmap, we've got our target -V, so you can see what's going on, and then this main switch here, which is -P, and this is the first thing that we're doing, and this is the range essentially. So we're looking at port 21 through to port 1000. There we go, it's running its scan, and that is done. So we can see there 974 ports scanned. So that's our range. And then we can get a little bit more complicated. We get onto our -P as usual, and then we can invoke the UDP and then colon, and then the ports that we want to go for: 53, 111, 137, 53, 53. And then we can also include optionally TCP ports. And we don't just need to list them individually. We can put a range in there, so 21 to 25 in there, 80, 135, 80, 80. Now also note we've got these switches in here. Why have we got these here? Well, if obviously, or maybe not so obviously, but if you don't have or tell it to do a UDP scan, it won't automatically do this check here. Check for these. So we've got to tell it to look for those UDP ports or do a UDP port scan so that it will actually select those. And we're also telling it to do a SYN scan, which it would do automatically anyway, but we could tell it to do a connect scan or something like that as well. So let's try that one, and we can see there it's showing us our closed TCP ports, our open TCP ports, our closed UDP ports, and our open UDP ports as based on this command. So let's carry on, and we can do -P-. This means it will cover all ports. And we can also specify the name of the service. And interesting, what you'll see here is we've got HTTP. So that means it won't just look for 80, it'll look for anything that is registered in the Nmap database as HTTP, and that of course is available. And you can see in this instance, you've got 8008 coming up. So that's the -P, and then the name of the actual protocol. Here we've got -F. This is what's known as fast mode, and this will scan fewer ports than the default 1000. There we can see that's done about 100 ports, or in fact, exactly 100 ports. Now here we've got -P-. So here, leaving off the initial port in range makes Nmap scan start at port 1. So this is therefore going to do the full range, 1 through to 65,000. We can also do it the other way. We can do -P0 minus, and then leaving off the end port in range makes Nmap scan through to port 65,000 again, or 65,535 to be exact. So that's another way of getting all of your ports, or another way to specify ranges. There's also the -- top ports option. So instead of doing the top 1000 ports, it'll do the whatever number you've specified. So here we've put 2000, but we could just put the top 100 ports. So this is going to do twice as many as it normally does. That's returning our results there. Now, say we want to exclude some ports. Well, we can also use the -- exclude -ports. We can specify them individually, and we can also specify ranges. And there we go. It's essentially scanned after 9,000 there. We can see the results. Let's pop back to help. One we haven't gone through here is a -R, because it's pretty much pointless to use, but you can scan ports consecutively and not randomly. When you normally do an Nmap scan, it scans the ports randomly, but you can tell it to do 1, 2, 3, 4, and do it consecutively in order. There's not really much of a reason to do that, but you can do it. It will be more obvious to logs or in logs that you are doing scanning. And there's another option here, which is the -- port -ratio, which scan ports more common than, and then the ratio that you put in there. So there you go, that's port specification and scan order. Plenty of options there. And as you can see, if you do a help, you can see the options: single port, port ranges, UDP, TCP, all which I've just gone through. And of course, that one's actually got the SCTP there as well, if you want to cover that port for SIGTRAN and SS7. So there you go, port specification. Here we are in Nmap Help again. On this lecture, we're going to talk about the service and version detection features. And the main way of enabling that is with -S, capital V. And if we pop over here a second, we can see the output of such a scan. Nmap is attempting to determine the version of the service that is running on the port. So for example, we can see here that it is successfully on port 22 discovered OpenSSH, which is 6.6.1 P1. And we've got some Ubuntu information here as well, and it's telling us the protocol number. And also successfully on port 80 is discovered Apache, the HTTPD server on 2.4.7. So as a hacker or even a systems administrator, you really want to know which versions of services are running. Having an accurate version number helps dramatically in determining which exploits a service is vulnerable to. Version is what helps to obtain this information. After TCP and or UDP ports are discovered using a scan method, version detection interrogates those ports to determine more about what is actually running. And if I pop over to this tab here, we can see this link here. The Nmap Services Probes database contains probes for querying various services and match expressions to recognize and parse responses. So if we have a look in here, we will basically see patterns that can be matched in order to help that version detection. Let's pop over to this tab here, and we'll see the most basic of version command, which is the -S, capital V, and we're doing that against the 192.168.1.43 IP address. Nmap tries to determine the service protocol, e.g. if it's got things like FTP, SSH, Telnet, HTTP, the application name like Apache, HTTPD, Dropbear, SSHD, version number, host name, service device name, like is it a printer or router, the OS family, e.g. Windows, Linux. When possible, Nmap also attempts to get the common platform enumeration, which is the CPE, and we can see that here. CPE tries to get the representation of this information, which is an open standard for naming hardware and software components. And as we can see here, what we've discovered is some sort of Samsung. We can see from the Mac that it is from Samsung. We're getting Samsung back from Nmap, and we can also see that we're getting version information that's telling us that it's Samsung. So this is likely to be a television. Of course, many services don't provide all this information. Some UDP ports are left in the open filtered state after a UDP port scan is unable to determine whether the port is open or filtered. Version detection will try to elicit a response from these ports, just as it does with open ports, and change the state to open if it succeeds. Open filtered TCP ports are treated the same way too. When RPC services are discovered, 139, that sort of thing, the Nmap RPC grinder is automatically used to determine the RPC program and version numbers. It tries all the TCP and UDP ports detected as RPC and floods them with Sone RPC program null commands in an attempt to determine whether they are RPC ports, and if so, what program and version number they serve up. So that's going to happen on generally your Windows machines, and of course also the Unix and Linux machines that are running RPC. Here we are looking at the results of another scan. Now, if you see here, I scroll down just a little bit and then scroll back up. When Nmap receives enough responses from a server but cannot match the versions against the database, it prints out a special fingerprint, as you can see here, and a URL for you to submit it if you know for sure what it is that it's running. This is how the Nmap database gets built up. Often you won't see a fingerprint because often machines don't provide enough information to give that fingerprint. It has to have sufficient open and sometimes closed ports. Let's pop onto this tab here. Another option we've got is -- all ports, which means don't exclude any ports from version detection. By default, Nmap version detection skips TCP port 9100 because some printers print anything sent to that port. So with this option, no ports are excluded. We pop over here, we can see that -- version, -intensity, then the intensity level, and then I've added a verbose in there. You don't need the verbose. So let's remove that. The intensity level specifies which probe should be applied. The higher the number, the more likely it is that the service will be correctly identified. However, high intensity scans take longer. The intensity must be between 0 and 9, and the default is 7. So we can see here 1 would be a light scan, 7 would be the default, and 9 would be the maximum. Another way of doing this is with the -- version -light. This is a convenience alias to enable a light version of the scan. We pop here. We've also got the -- version -all. So that's try every single probe. So that's another convenience alias, and that's for intensity level 9, showing that every single probe is attempted against each port. And then finally, we have -- version -trace, and this causes Nmap to print out debugging information. So it's trace version scan activity. And generally you won't need to use that unless you've added something yourself for versioning. An example out of that you can see here. So there you are. That is Nmap versioning. More information than just the version information can be deemed through Nmap, and we are going to go through that in terms of things like using OS detection and also scripting and the scripting language, which we're going to cover as we go through and we're going to cover shortly. That's Nmap and versioning. Here we are in Nmap help again as usual, and we are going to talk about OS detection, and the main switch is the -O. Pop onto here, and that is the most basic of commands with the -O. So let's run this now, and we can see the OS detection here. So we can see Linux and Linux kernel, OS details, Linux 3.2 to 3.16. So as you can see, Nmap supports remote OS detection using TCP/IP stack fingerprinting. Nmap sends a series of TCP and UDP packets to the remote host and examines the response. And if we pop over here, I nano the Nmap OS database, I scroll down a little bit here, we'll see some patterns. After performing dozens of tests such as TCP ISN sampling, TCP option support and ordering, IP ID sampling, and initial window size check, Nmap compares the results to this Nmap OS DB database of known OS fingerprints. If Nmap is unable to guess the OS of a machine because it's not matching anything in here, and the conditions are still good, i.e. at least one port is open and one port is closed, Nmap will provide a URL that you can submit with a fingerprint if you know what the OS is that is running, just the same as what I showed you with the version detection. Let's pop over to here, and I've added -V here to give us a little bit of extra information. OS detection enables some other tests which make use of information that is gathered during the process anyway, during the process for OS detection. One of these is TCP sequence predictability classifications, which you can see here. This measures approximately how hard it is to establish a forged TCP connection against the remote host. It is useful for exploiting source IP-based trust relationships, like with our login with firewall filtering, etc., or finding the source of an attack with an idle scam. Now, this sort of spoofing is rarely performed anymore, and not so many machines are still vulnerable to it. And you can see there the difficulty number there, which is the 181 in this example. This is based on a statistical sampling and may fluctuate. and you'll get some sort of pithy comment here, which indicates how easy or hard that will be. Good luck, indicating sarcastically that you will need it in order to do it. And that's what you'll find in most cases now. It is hard to find a machine where you can exploit the source IP-based trust relationships using a TCP/IP sequence prediction vulnerability. But it's good to know what that is. Also, when verbose mode is enabled, we can see here, you get the IP ID sequence generation. Many systems unwittingly give away sensitive information about their traffic levels based on how they generate the 16-bit ID field in IP packets. And some machines, you'll see as a response here, are in the incremental class, which means that they increment the ID field in the IP header for each packet they send. This makes them vulnerable to several advanced information gathering and spoofing attacks. But it is not often that you will see incremental as the class. If you want to understand more about the IP ID sequence, then check out this page here. Let's pop back here, and if we look at this, uptime guess, there's another bit of extra information enabled by OS detection, and that is guessing the target's uptime. This uses the TCP timestamp option RFC 1323 to guess when a machine was last rebooted. And let's pop over here. Now another option around OS detection is --OS scan -limit, which means limit OS detection to promising targets. OS detection is far more effective if at least one open and one closed TCP port are found. If you use OS limit, Nmap will not try OS detection against hosts that do not meet this criteria. So this can save time, and particularly when you're using this, which if you remember is the no discovery scanning, which means it will scan all IP addresses and do no discovery to see whether they are active. It will just scan them anyway. So OS limit is particularly useful when you have no discovery scanning set and you're scanning many hosts. And obviously it only matters when you have OS detection requested in the first instance. So let's have a look at the results from this scan. And we can see this host 23 here. They've skipped the OS detection, and that's due to an absence of open or perhaps closed ports. So basically, there's not enough ports open for it to be able to detect what the operating system might be. But even if the OS detection doesn't work, you can look for other clues. We can see here we've got an Apple Mac, or rather an Apple Mac address, indicating that that's probably some sort of Apple device. In fact, it is very likely to be if that's what the Mac is. We can see here we have some sort of VxWorks, and it's detected a HP printer or potentially a Vocality Basics 4-wire VoIP gateway. This is actually a HP printer, so it has guessed one of its guesses correctly. And with a MAC address, that's pretty much telling us for certain. Plus the ports, we can see that that definitely is a printer. And we can see here aggressive OS guess that it's FortiGate, and it's telling us here that it is just guessing that it's FortiGate. And in that instance, it is wrong because that is actually an iPhone. So there you go. You can see the sort of results that you can get from OS detection. Let's click on here, and we can have this --fuzzy option. You can also have --OS scan -guess, and this is the guess OS detection results option, which makes Nmap guess more aggressively. Nmap will still tell you when an imperfect match is printed, as you've just previously seen, and displays its confidence level, represented as a percentage for each guess. So essentially, it guesses more aggressively. Let's have a look at this option here. So fuzzy from last time, but we've also got -max, -OS, -tries, and then a number. This is to set the maximum number of OS detection tries against a target. When Nmap performs OS detection against a target and fails to find a perfect match, it usually repeats the attempt. By default, Nmap tries 5 times if conditions are favorable for OS detection submission, and twice when conditions aren't good. Specifying a lower number for this max OS tries, such as 1, speeds up Nmap because it does less tries. though obviously you miss out on retries, which could potentially identify the OS. So there you go. That is the OS detection section, and you can find the help with -H as normal with Nmap, Nmap -H. The goals and learning objectives for this section. After you've completed this section, you understand how to use the powerful scripting engine that comes with Nmap, NSE. You will know how to invoke single scripts and multiple scripts. You understand how to use some of the more useful scripts and what scripts to avoid. You understand the format of scripts and how to go about learning to write your own. In this lecture, we're going to cover the Nmap scripting engine, or NSE for short. We're in the Nmap help here, and you can see some of the options for scripting. -S being one of the main options that you use. If we pop over here to this tab here, if we do a locate on *.nse, press return here, we're going to see a whole bunch of scripts. These are the Nmap NSE scripts. The Nmap scripting engine NSE is one of Nmap's most powerful and flexible features. It allows users to write and share, if they wish, simple scripts using the Lua programming language, that's Lua, to automate a wide variety of network-based tasks. And that would include things like network discovery, more sophisticated version detection, and vulnerability detection. And it can even be used for vulnerability exploitation too, and brute force attacking. So you do need to know a little bit of Lua to write your own script, but the good news is there are nearly 600 scripts as of recording that are built into Nmap that you can use out of the box. So think of NSE as the glue that binds all the features of Nmap together and allows you to extend Nmap to do what you want it to do. So here we are on the index page for the NSE doc page on nmap.org. And if you look here, we can see all of the categories for the scripts. And then here, the scripts themselves. And if we click here, we can see all of the scripts just listed out. So each script contains a field associating it with one or more of those categories. So each script fits into one or many of these categories. So if I click on auth, for example, that'll take me through to the auth scripts. The auth scripts are for authentication or bypassing authentication. And if I click on one of the auth scripts, I scroll down a little bit, I can see that it's in three categories: auth as it should be, also in default, and also in safe. So let's just pop back and back again. And actually, if I just pop back here onto this tab, and if I do a locate on *auth*.nse, then there we go. I will see the actual NSE scripts on my system that I can potentially use. Pop back here. So auth, as I said, that's authentication or bypassing authentication. You've got broadcast. This is discovery of hosts not listed on the command line by broadcasting on the local network. Then you've got brute, which uses brute force attacks to guess authentication credentials. You have default, which you saw already. Default is considered useful for discovery and provides useful information, and those particular scripts and probes shouldn't look like an attack to a systems administrator. If we pop back here onto this tab here, we can see the -S*C. Now that is telling it to run the default script. And I've added a -V here so we can just see, and we're scanning the scanme.nmap.org. And this will take a little longer than usual because we are initiating the default scripts, all of the scripts that are within default. So let's press return now. We've got it on verbose so we can see some extra data coming back. And as I said, this will take a little bit longer than usual. But here we have some results already, so that was pretty good. So where exactly are the results? Well, you can see them here. So that is the SSH-host key script, and those are the results from that port 22 for that particular script. So it's showing the SSH keys. Now this can be useful because it can help you uniquely identify machines, especially if they change their IP address. Then if we look down here on port 80, we can see some more scripts that have been run. This one, this one, this one. So HTTP fave icon, another script. This gets the fave icon. If you're not familiar, that's the icon that you see in the top left of a browser. If I click on here, and that is a fave icon just there. So what this does is it gets the fave icon from the web page and matches it against a database of icons of known web applications. If there is a match, the name of the application is printed. Otherwise, you get this MD5 hash of the icon data that you can see printed here. So essentially that can help identify applications. We've got HTTP method, another script here, and it's telling us what options are supported by this HTTP server by sending an options request. And if you see trace, delete, and put methods, these are potentially risky, so would need further investigation. This has just got get, head, post, and options. Then finally, the last script we can see that's been run here is HTTP title, which, as the name suggests, shows the title on the index page. And this is go ahead, scan me. So that gives you an idea of what sort of output you get from the scripts. Let's pop back here, and we went through and we were on default. That was the default that we've just run there against the scan me nmap server. And then we've got discovery. These scripts try to actively discover more about the network by querying public registries. And really discovery, this discovery scripts and ability of nmap is really the bread and butter. It's what nmap is really all about. Then we have DOS, which is denial of service-based scripts. Exploit. These aim to actively exploit some type of vulnerability. You have external. These may send data to a third-party database or other network resource. An example of this is like whois. A whois would be an external script. Fuzzer. These are scripts which are designed to send server software unexpected or randomized fields in each packet to discover errors in the way they handle that sort of random data. Then we have intrusive. These can crash the target system. They can use up significant resources on the target host, such as bandwidth or CPU time, or otherwise be perceived as malicious by the target system's administrator. Then we've got malware. These are scripts that test whether a target platform is infected by a particular malware or backdoor. Safe, as the name suggests, these are safe scripts, so should be okay to run, not invasive. Version is an extension to the version detection feature and cannot be selected explicitly. And then you have vuln, which will check for specific known vulnerabilities and generally only reports results if they are found. And as you can see here, as of recording, we have 561, so almost 600 scripts that are available to us. Continuing on now with nmap scripts, we've got script types to talk about. So there are 4 script types that you need to be aware of. Every script has a rule, and there are 4 types of those rules, and we can see them here. We've got the pre-rule, we've got the host rule, we've got the port rule, and we've got the post rule. So the pre-rule scripts, these run once, and it's before any hosts are scanned. It's during the script pre-scanning phase. Then you've got the host rule and the port rule scripts, and these run after each batch of hosts is scanned. And then you have the post rule scripts, which run once after all hosts have been scanned in the script post scanning phase. And a script may run in more than one phase if it has several rules within it. So let's pop over to here, and let me give you some examples of how to use scripts and go through some of the more useful scripts that you might want to use. So here we can see that I've added the ---- script as usual, and then I've added the default category as we've gone through the categories. And you can see here with a comma, I've also added the safe category. Plus, I'm adding verbose, I'm also adding operating system detection, and I'm also adding the detection of versioning. Now that's because some script needs the input from versioning and OS detection in order for the scripts to function correctly. So I've added them here. So what we've got here is a collection of the ones that don't cause any harm. So let's hit return there. And we're doing this against a host number 43 or 192.168.1.43. So we can see here, those are all the pre-rules that are going through now. Then it's gone through the discovery phase and it's running host rules and port rules. Then after it's done those, it's going to do the post rule. And this will take a bit of time because we're asking Nmap to do quite a lot against this single host. And it's finished there, and we can also see the post scan scripts here. So if we scroll up, we'll see quite a number of scripts because obviously we've got default and safe, which is quite a lot of scripts, and we can see them all here. So we can see we've got HTTP-comments-displayer, we've got HTTP date, HTTP fetch, headers. We can see all the different scripts that have been run, and then all the results for those scripts. And that, of course, is quite noisy and also takes quite a long time. So often you would be more specific. And of course, you can see how it's detailed per port. So on this particular port, these are the scripts that have been run against that port. So instead of running against the entire categories, we can run against a single script. So here, for example, we're running just the banner script. We're just picking the ones that we want to run. We can see initializing NSE script here. And there we go. So the banner script is a banner grabber which connects to an open TCP port and prints out anything sent by the listening service within 5 seconds. And the more verboses you had, the more Vs, the more lines that it will return, as you can see here. This is starting to give us the ciphers that it supports. And if we scroll up, you'll notice here that I've got an equals in. Now you can have an equals in there, or you don't have to have one. So that's entirely optional. So you can have -- script, space banner, or you can have, as you can see here. And here we've got another example of a single script. This will look for cross-site scripting vulnerabilities, and we're using the -PN, and that's to skip the discovery. Now that is a little tip there so that you can speed up the process, because you don't need a discovery in this instance if, like we know here, that this is a host that is up. So why bother doing a discovery of it? And we see the results here on port 80. There's no previously reported cross-site scripting vulnerabilities. Pop over to the next tab here. And again, we've got another single script example, and this is HTTP-sitemap-generator. And let's press return on this one. I'll show you what this one does. As the name suggests, this is a sitemap generator, and we can see the directory structure of this particular site on this port. Now, this is far from perfect. It's not a great spider, but it will find some base directory structures for you. Pop onto this tab. Now, if you look at what we've done here, we don't have an equals. We can have an equals there if we want. And within quotes, we're putting HTTP- and then the wildcard. You can use wildcards in Nmap for the scripts. So this would mean that it will run all HTTP- and then any name after that. So this will effectively run all of the HTTP scripts. Now this will take a long time to run, and one of the reasons for that is because it does brute force attacks. Some of the HTTP scripts do brute force attacks. So you want to be careful with wildcards because they could include attacks like brute forcing. But note, you can use the wildcards, and you can use them at the beginning and the middle and the end. And HTTP would also look for vulnerabilities. So for example, there's a HTTP vulnerability called the method tamper. So that previous scan would have identified or would have run this script, and we would have found potentially what this is finding on its own. And we can see on this particular device, it has identified that it has got a vulnerability, authentication bypass by HTTP verb tampering. And that's been identified by the HTTP-method-tamper script. You have to spend a little bit of time going through the scripts, just identifying the ones that might be of interest to you. But like I said, I'm going through some of the more interesting ones for you now. Maybe we want to do a fast search for web servers, or any type of server really. We could do port 22 for SSH, port 21 for FTP. Now, in order to speed up the search, I'm going to add the -n, so there is no name resolution. That will speed it up. Adding the -PN, so that will prevent discovery. I'm specifying just a look at port 80 so that it doesn't waste time on the other ports. And this --open means it will only show results of ports that are open or possibly open. We're doing versioning, we're doing verbose, and then we're adding the banner and we're adding the title. And we're looking at 100 random web servers. So let's see what we get here. So it found one. So we're doing 100 random IP addresses. So there we go. We've randomly found an Apache server. It's running 2.4.7 on Ubuntu. This is the Dance Heritage Coalition demo. And there we go. It's provided as a requested resource, which is some sort of authentication. So there you go, a fast way of finding web servers or any particular server, depending on what port you put in there. Let's pop onto the next tab. Here's another interesting thing you can do. So you can attempt to enumerate DNS host names by brute force guessing of common subdomains. And I've also removed discovery to make this quicker. And I'm doing it on Facebook. So we'll see what sort of subdomains that Facebook has. And there we go. So it's brute forced quite a few. So we can see here we've got app, we've got internet, we've got AP, we've got direct, alpha, blog, Citrix farm there, mobile. So that's not a bad little tool. So it's a reasonable list. But actually, if you want a conclusive list of subdomains, I would also recommend tools like Fierce, The Harvester, and Recon-NG. Some other interesting Nmap scripts here. We've got SMB-OS-discovery. There are actually a number of SMB scripts that you can run, but let's start off with this one just to give you a quick idea. This is obviously just running a single script. Just running the single script so it's nice and quick. And we can see here it's queried the SMB services, and we've got that it's running Samba. We know the computer name, the NetBIOS name, the fully qualified domain name from the SMB query. Now, if we wanted to find out what other SMB scripts were there, obviously we can look online. We can also do a locate, and you can see there's quite a few SMB scripts, including denial of service scripts and also brute forcing, as well as lots of enumeration and discovery, and also vulnerability checking. If we click over here, we've got our usual -N, -PN, so no DNS resolution, no discovery, verbose, OS detection, versioning, and then you see what we're doing here. We're going SMB-enum, so then we're adding the star, so we're doing all of the enums, then we're adding these individual ones, we're adding all the ones with S, and we're adding the vulnerability checking ones as well. So essentially that's pretty much doing all of the SMB checks that aren't overly time consuming, like brute force attacks. So we should get most of the discovery information out of this host here. This will take a little bit of time because there's a number of scripts there that is being run. So that's finished. Let's pop up to the top and then we'll have a look at the results. We can see quite a few of the results here as we go through. So here we are. We can see all of the ports. We were doing a search for SMB here, so we can see SMB ports there. And let's start looking at some of the scripts. So the SMB enum domains, we can see account lockout is disabled. We can see a number of accounts, admin, guest, Casilla, Nathan, Jean, Bob. We can see a number of shares have been enumerated by the guest account. So we can see things like we've got download, we've got IPC, which anonymous access is read-write, multimedia, public, all sorts of shares are open and available, or at least are potentially accessible with the right username and password. Users, we can see again, we've got users, more on the users, guest, Jean, Nathan, SMB OS discovery as before, and some potential vulnerabilities here. We've got this service, Reg SVC and Microsoft Windows systems vulnerable to denial of service, state vulnerable. We can see SMB2 is enabled, etc., etc. So you can see there's quite a few scripts there to dig into and look into for SMB. Let's pop into the next tab here. And here we have ---- script as usual, and then broadcast -V. Broadcast requests can reveal protocol and host details. This Nmap scripting engine can gather broadcast information from a network with this broadcast script. So let's run it and let me show you what you get. And And we can see here this is doing it it's pre-scanning and doesn't need an IP address because it is just purely looking at broadcast. Okay, so let's go up here. Notice we've got some scripts that are targets. Note that for our next demonstration. And as we go up here, we can see various broadcast-based information. We can see a printer there on the network. Go a little bit further up. We can see that somebody on 192.168.1.8 is running Dropbox. We can see DNS service discovery, and we can see we've got some team viewer as well. So there you go. You can see the sort of information you get on broadcast. And as I said, note we've got these targets here because I'm going to show you now more on how you can use the syntax for this. So say, for example, we wanted broadcasts, but we didn't want those targets. Well, we can add in here and not targets, and then our asterisk, and that will do this and not include these target scripts. So let me just show you an example of that. Let me just try that again because that is the wrong sort of quote. Let's try that again. And there we go, that's completed. So the same as last time, but it has removed the targets scripts based on and not targets star. So you can use and, you can use not, and you can use or. Another option here we have is --script-trace. Let's just run this. If this option is specified, all incoming and outgoing communication performed by a script is printed, as you can see here as it's going through it, as it's doing the broadcasts. So if we scroll up here, we can see the communication there from this IP to this IP on this port. We can also see a breakdown of some of the communication. We've got that's a HP, so we can see we've got a printer there doing some of its broadcasts. And that is the --script-trace. The broadcast scripts perform tasks such as detecting Dropbox listeners, as I've shown you, sniffing to detect hosts, and discovering things like MS SQL and NCP servers, among many other things. And as I said, if the script trace option is specified, all incoming and outgoing communication performed by a script is printed. Let me show you another way of using the syntax for scripts. You can have not intrusive. So this will run all scripts, but the intrusive scripts. So it's kind of like an alternative way of running safer scripts. If you want to look for vulnerabilities and exploits, then you can try the vuln, and exploit, which will show you the results of many of the vulnerability and exploit scripts, which I'll just run to give you a quick demonstration. So this will check for specific known vulnerabilities and generally only report results if they are found. And here are the results, and you go through and see what was interesting. Here we've got, it says that it's a IRC Unreal IRCD backdoor Trojan. This has actually been run against Metasploitable 2, so there'll be a number of exploits and vulnerabilities that can be found on here. And here we can see what it says is an FTP version backdoor, etc. So that's running vuln and exploit. You can do IP geolocation, i.e. you can get Nmap to tell you the physical location of where an IP address is. But you will need to install an API key, or rather get an API key, and you will need a database. So this is the command to run it or do the IP geolocation. So it's IP geolocation dash and then the asterisk. So you can run all of them. This example, we're just using Facebook. If I pop over here, now I'm just doing a locate so we can see all the scripts that it would actually run, and it would be all of these here. Now for this script here, the MaxMind script, you're going to need an external database. So you want to download the MaxMind City database, and you can download it from the URL that I put on the screen here, or do a search for that and extract it into your local Nmap data folder. So on Kali, that happens to be here. On your system, that could be somewhere else. And for this script here, IPinfo-DB, an API key is needed. So you need to register at this URL here, which I'm just brought up on the screen for you. This service does not impose a query limit, unlike GeoBytes as an alternative, so I highly recommend grabbing your own API key to enable this script here at this URL. Then if we pop back here, that would be the command that you would use to enable geolocation. Then a final example for this lecture, you can do whois. This is an example of an external script where we can run a whois against a target. So let's do it against Facebook and see what we get. So this will essentially query the whois database against your target and you'll get your results back. And here we can see our information about Facebook, and it's owned by Facebook Inc., which is no surprise. And if we go a little bit further up, we can find some more whois based information. And of course, we've got our ports as well. Continuing with Nmap scripts, third parties have created scripts that are not included in the main script base on Nmap. So you need to download them, install them, if you want to use them, that is, of course. And I've picked an example here. This is Vulscan. So in this example, you need to go here, you need to find the script to download. Here it is in download, and you would make a note of this here. You can see there in the bottom left, the tar file that you would download. And let's pop back to here. Vulscan, which is the example I'm using here. What this does is, based on this, which is the version information, the version discovery, the -S capital V, Vulscan searches downloaded databases for known vulnerabilities. So think of it as a basic vulnerability scanner. Now I talked about known databases. So let's pop over to here. I talked about the downloaded databases. So I said note the URL from before, and that is this. We need to go to the Nmap script directory, and from there we want to download the script. And in this case, this is actually a tar file, not just a straight NSE file. So this is a little bit more complicated because we have to untar it as well. But let's download that. You can see there it's downloading. So then we've got to untar this file. So we need to do a tar, X, V, F, and importantly we need Z as well, because this is a tar and a gunzip file. And then we need to select the file, which is there. So let's untar that. If we do an ls-la, and we can see that it is now in there. And if we change to that directory, and there we go, we can see the vulnerability databases there, and we can also see the Vulscan script. So that's how you download and install a script. And if we pop back here, this then allows us to run this script because it can see it because it's in the right directory. So let's give that a quick run. And there we go. We can see the output of it, which is quite a lot. So as I said, that is a basic vulnerability scanner. And based on the version, it gives you feedback on what it sees as vulnerabilities. I've actually found this script to not be that useful. There are better vulnerability scanners that are out there that you can get your hands on, such as Qualys, Nessus, and OpenVAS. Let's pop onto this tab here. I want to introduce something new to you as well. If we pop over to help, actually, this is the arguments option, which you can see here. If we pop back here, we can see I've included an argument in here, Vulscan interactive equals 1. This will make this script, in this case, in this example, interactive. So when it identifies certain software, it gives you the option to edit it. But the point is, I'm letting you know that there are arguments for many scripts that you can also include. So how do you know if they have an argument or not? Well, if you look in the Nmap script categories page, you will find details about what script arguments are available for each script. If you're not quite sure where that is, then you can run this command here, which is nmap, and then the name of the script. So I've chosen this script here, and there we go. It's got the URL here. If we click on there, that's going to provide more information on the arguments that are available that we can invoke with this -- scripts args. And here is another example. So I'm using that snmp sys disk r. Again, we're invoking the script args, and then I'm including an argument here with the variable. So in this case, I'm telling it to use admin as the snmp community ID or the community string. And as I said, to find out more about that, you would go to this URL here, and you can simply put in anything here. So banner, we can find out about the banner script, etc. Also, there is this too. Some scripts receive a file as part of an argument, so you can include a file name in there as well. So that's the arguments, the fact that you can include arguments in Nmap and how to do it. We'll go through some other interesting scripts now and how to use them and the arguments that you need to use. Here, this is a script that enables you to check if a HTTP proxy is up. That's the HTTP-open-proxy, and then you specify the port of where the proxy is, and then the IP address and the range, and it'll let you know whether or not there is a proxy up on any of those, which there is not on this network. Pop onto this one. As I've mentioned, there are brute force scripts to try and crack passwords of accounts for various services like HTTP, like WordPress specifically, SSH, email, etc. that are bundled in with Nmap. And this here is an example of HTTP brute and how to use it. We're specifying the port. HTTP brute is the name of the script, and we're giving it arguments, and the argument we're giving it is HTTP brute and the path for where we're trying to brute force. That's one example of how you might use it. Other arguments that you can use here, we can specify, for example, the user database, the password database based on files that we're giving it. And many of the brute forcing tools work with similar syntax. But again, as I've said, you need to go to the nmap.org page for the script, and it will show you the various arguments that you can use for the scripts. And another argument that it will show you is the script argument brute.firstOnly. And that will enable the script to quit after finding one valid account, which could be useful if you're just looking for a single account to access something. And as I mentioned, they even have specific brute force attackers. This one is for WordPress, and you can specify arguments like in this case, we can specify the number of threads that it is using and quite a few other arguments as well. And there are brute force scripts for other content management systems as well, like Joomla. And the final brute force example that I'll provide is SMTP brute, which is a brute force for POP and IMAP and SMTP. And as I said, if you're interested in brute force scripts, then go check out the Nmap page on that particular script or those particular scripts for more details on the arguments that you need to use. Another interesting script we've got here, there's a script that can detect or attempt to detect if a server is behind an application firewall, such as mod secure. So you run this against the web server and it will provide you its feedback on whether or not it thinks it is behind a application firewall. Let's try that one. And we've got no results. So it does not believe it's behind a firewall. Go on to this tab. I showed you a script before for detecting cross-site scripting. Here's another one for detecting cross-site scripting vulnerabilities, which we can run, and we specify port 80 or port 443, which returns no results. Pop onto this tab, and equally, we can look for SQL injection vulnerabilities on port 80 using this HTTP-SQL-injection. There are a lot of scripts within Nmap that query databases and MySQL in particular and other databases. So here is an example of MySQL-databases, giving it the arguments of the usernames or username in this case and password. And other database scripts include brute forcing, queries, and other features. You can use Nmap to detect open relays. If you're not aware, an open relay are insecure email servers that allow third-party domains to use them without authorization. They are abused by spammers and phishers, and they present a reasonably serious risk to organizations because public spam blacklists may then add those servers that are being used, which then affects your entire organization in terms of its use of email. You don't have so many SMTP open relays anymore because people just, really aren't that stupid anymore. But this is how you can search and find them. And there certainly are some that are still out there. And this might be something that you would do more likely with something like I capital R and then a whole bunch of servers that you're going to randomly check. But if you were going to do that, you would want to specify the port and you'd want to do no name resolution and pause the discovery as well, just to make sure you speeded it up. And finally for this lecture, this option updates the script database found in scripts-script.db, which is used by Nmap to determine the available default scripts and categories. It's only necessary to update the database if you have added or removed NSE scripts from the default scripts directory, or if you have changed the categories of any of the scripts. So there you go, that's the output. So there you go, I've gone through quite an eclectic collection of various scripts and how to use them, the arguments, how to use arguments, and all the various variables. And you can see here in help, it provides somewhat of a breakdown of how to use scripts there. If there isn't a canned script to do a task that you need doing in Nmap, then the Nmap scripting engine, NSE, allows you to write simple scripts using the Lua, L-U-A programming language to automate networking tasks, or whatever task it is that you want doing. Lua is a lightweight cross-platform language that was designed for extending software applications, so was a good choice for Nmap. It's tiny to embed in Nmap with the entire source code, binaries for some platforms, and documentation fitting onto no more than just a floppy disk, so it doesn't bloat out Nmap. Lua is widely used around the community and the internet and is well debugged and has been around since 1993. So all in all, a good choice. It's extensible. It hooks into Nmap's fast parallel scripting engine, so you get the benefit of that. It's safe and secure, so you won't end up with buffer overflows, format string vulnerabilities, etc. It's portable, works on all the systems that Nmap does, which is obviously required. It's interpreted, so you don't have to keep recompiling it. And specific advantages for Nmap, Nmap has added capability you can access through Lua. So there's protocol and helper libraries in things like DNS, HTTP, MSRPC, packet, SNMP, etc. So you don't have to write that stuff yourself. You can just access it via Lua. There's protocol brute forces, there's support for SSL. You can take the results from one script and plug it into another. So yeah, it's a pretty good choice. Lua will be quick to pick up for anyone with experience with Python, Perl, C, those sorts of things. And other security tools like Wireshark and Snort also use Lua. So let's take a look at a Lua script. So here we are looking at RPC info, and we can see the main information for this here, and that is where the actual NSE script is. So if we click on there, and here we are at the top of the script. So let's just quickly run down it just to give you an idea of what's in the script. So we can see at the top here, this is the equivalent of imports in other languages and local variables. We've got a description there. We've got example output. These are all comments, by the way. So example output. We can see obviously we've got the author, we've got the license, we've got the categories that it's in, discovery, default, safe, version. And then remember I talked about the port rule. Here is the port rule. Every script needs a rule, and this is using port rule to indicate that this will run only on 111 or port 111 on TCP and UDP. We've got the action. Action is where the script does its work, and it takes two parameters, so you can see host and port. And then we can see RPC info. This is where it's doing its main work. And then finally, we can see a very small amount of Lua script, which is making up the RPC info script for Nmap. So you can see with a relatively small amount of code, you can do quite a lot, utilizing Nmap's added capabilities to Lua, such as its protocol and helper libraries, support for SSL, Nmap's fast parallel scripting engine, etc. If we look here, we can see a reference manual for Lua, which is available for free, plus other books are available to buy. And I would also recommend checking out this. It's a little bit old now, but it's definitely worth a read if you're interested in the Nmap scripting engine and interested in writing your own Lua scripts. So there you go, that's the scripting engine. Let's talk about the goals and learning objectives for this section. After you've completed this section, you understand how to optimize the Nmap timing and performance options to improve the speeds at which Nmap scans. You will also learn how Nmap can be configured to evade intrusion detection systems, IDS, and bypass firewalls. Here we are in Nmap Help again. One of the highest Nmap development priorities is performance. A default scan of a host on a standard local network can take as little as 1/5 of a second. This is extremely quick, but time to scan adds up when you're scanning hundreds or thousands of hosts. Plus, certain scan options such as UDP scanning and version detection can increase scan times substantially. So can certain firewall and OS configurations on your targets, particularly response rate limiting. Nmap has a number of timing options, but one of the smartest ways to speed up scans is to omit non-critical tests in the first instance, and also to upgrade to the latest version of Nmap. So you should always do those first, omit non-critical tests, and also make sure you're on the latest version of Nmap. It is possible to optimize timing options, which can also make a substantial difference to the scan time. The main timing option that I recommend for you to use is the -T option, which you can see here. If I pop over to here, we can see the -T being used and then a number after it. In this case, we've got 0. -T has 6 timing templates. You can specify them with this -T and then a template number from 0 through to 5, or their equivalent name. And the template names are Paranoid, which is 0, which is this one. You've also got 1, which is Sneaky. You've got 2, which is Polite. You've got 3, which is Normal and Default. You've got 4, which is Aggressive, and 5, which is Insane. The first 2, 0 and 1, so 0 or 1, are for intrusion detection system evasion. So if you're wanting to be discreet in your scanning, then -T 0 or 1 are your best timing options to evade detection, but the scanning will be slow. 2 or Polite slows down the scan to use less bandwidth and use less target machine resources. 3 is Normal or the default, so effectively this will do nothing. Aggressive mode 4 speeds scans up by making the assumption that you're on a reasonably fast and reliable network. You can use this on a local network that you know is fast. It's a good option for that. And then finally, if we change it there to 5, this is Insane mode, which assumes you are on an extraordinarily fast network or are willing to sacrifice some accuracy for speed. These templates allow you to specify how aggressive you wish to be, while leaving Nmap to pick the exact timing values. While Nmap utilizes parallelism and many advanced algorithms to accelerate these scans, the user has ultimate control over how Nmap runs. If we pop over to here, there are other timing options available, but I recommend for most people to simply use the -T option because one of Nmap's highest development priorities is speed as default. So the -T option is enough in most cases. It is easy with some of these other options to make matters worse and actually slow things down. We can see here we've got -min, -host group, and also max2, which is parallel host scan group sizes. With the next one, we can change the parallelism, the minimum and the maximum. With this one, we can specify probe round trip times, max retries. We can do a capping of the number of port scan probe retransmissions, host timeout, so you can give up on targets after the number you specify, which we've already discussed. You can adjust the delay between probes, etc., etc. If you really do want to know more about those, then you can check out the Nmap reference or the Nmap man page. But as I said, generally for almost all cases, I recommend using the -T option, as if you specify any of these incorrectly, it can slow things down, and Nmap as default is pretty speedy anyway. Here we are in Nmap Help, as usual, at the beginning of the lecture. So this lecture will cover Nmap firewall and intrusion detection system evasion and spoofing. Let's pop over onto the first tab here. This causes the requested scan, including ping scans, to use tiny fragmented IP packets. The idea is to split up the TCP header over several packets to make it harder for packet filters, intrusion detection systems, IDS, and others to detect what it is you're doing. So that's with the -F option. If we pop over to this tab here, you can also set up your own size too with the -MTU option. So here we have it specified to 16. So let's run the scan and see what we get. And there we go. We can see the standard results. Just to let you know, also with -F and -MTU, I've had inconsistent results. So sometimes they've reported incorrectly the number of ports that are available. But normally it produces the results just fine. Next, let's look at cloaking a scan with decoys. The decoy scan option, which can cause confusion as to where the scan came from. With this decoy option, all packets originate from your scanning machine, but some have spoofed source addresses, sourced IP addresses. Any replies to the spoofed source IP addresses will not arrive at your scanner, so they cannot be used to determine port states, etc. This technique serves to confuse port scan detection and IDS and does not offer any information beyond a regular scan, and it's also noisier too. So the -D option, which you can see here, is the decoy option, which appears to the target that the hosts you specify as decoys are scanning the target network too. Thus, their IDS would report multiple port scans from unique IP addresses, but they won't know which IP address was scanning them and which were innocent decoys. So if we look at this command here, we have the -D for the decoy option. Then we have this here, which is our first decoy, a random IP address. Our second decoy, another random IP address, and a third decoy. And then the fourth one here, and this can be as many as you like. And the fourth one here, this is the actual IP address for this server here. That's so we can get the results back. And then finally, we have the actual target there at the end. So we have 3 decoy IP addresses, the real IP address, and then the target IP address. If I run that scan now against 192.168.1.1, then we can quickly see the results. In rare circumstances, Nmap may not be able to determine your source IP address. Nmap will tell you if this is the case. And in this situation, you use the -S option with the IP address of the interface that you wish to send packets through. Another possible use for this flag is to spoof the scan to make the targets think that someone else is scanning them. The spoofed address will then get the blame for the scan. So here we're scanning Facebook as if we're coming from Microsoft. So let's run the scan here. And what we're being told here is if -S is being used to fake your source address, you may also have to use -E and then the interface and -PN. So if we pop over to here, we can see I've added the interface that I want to use, and then I've added the non-discovery there as well. So if I click that, and of course we won't see any results because it's sending the data back to Microsoft and not back to us. With the -G option, or also --source -port, which does the same thing, you're able to specify the source port by adding the port number after the -G. So you can see we've got port 53 specified. Most scanning operations that use raw sockets, including SYN, UDP scans, support this option completely. The option notably doesn't have an effect for any operations that use normal operating system sockets, including DNS requests, TCP connect scans, version detection, script scanning. Setting the source port also doesn't work for OS detection because Nmap must use different port numbers for certain OS detection tests to work properly. So why might we want to use a different source port? Well, it can help you bypass network filters and firewalls. It can fool some IDSs and even systems administrators. Too often, the source ports are trusted or identified based solely on that number. So common ports that get over-trusted are things like DNS on port 53 on TCP and UDP, FTP on port 20 on TCP, Kerberos on port 88 TCP and UDP, port 67 DHCP on UDP. These can be trusted based solely on their source port. So if we run this scan here, so what could happen here in this example, a system administrator looking at his logs might just assume that this scan was DNS request to the wrong server and not in fact an Nmap scan. Continuing with firewall and IDS evasion and spoofing. Pop over to this tab here. With the ---- proxies option, which you can see here, you can establish a scan with a final target through a supplied chain of one or more HTTP or SOCKS for proxies, using a comma to separate out the proxies. So you can see here we've got the proxies option, then we've got the proxy server, its port, another proxy server and its port in the chain, and then the target for the scan. These proxies can help hide the true source of a scan or can evade certain firewall restrictions if going through these proxies will help you out, but they can hamper scan performance by increasing the latency. You may need to adjust the Nmap timeouts and other scan parameters accordingly. In particular, a low max parallelism may help because some proxies refuse to handle as many concurrent connections as Nmap opens by default. The bottom line is that the proxies option is not really a feature I would ever recommend unless you absolutely had to use it. It will slow or fail to perform correctly, and the proxies don't provide great anonymization anyway. A black hat hacker, for example, would scan from a hacked device to hide the IP address of devices he wanted to remain anonymous instead of using some sort of limited option such as this proxies option. And we do discuss further on the course more about how black hats use Nmap, so check out that if that interests you. We've got ---- data minus length. This appends random data to the sent packets. Packets generated by Nmap scans usually just have the protocol headers set and only in certain cases include specific payloads. Nmap implements this feature to slightly decrease the likelihood of detecting these known probes by using random data as payloads. OS detection, the -O packets, are not affected because of the need for accuracy. That requires probe consistency, but most pinging and port scan packets support this. It slows things down a little, but can make a scan slightly less conspicuous. So for example, we can see here, we've added 200 to the end, and there we've done the scan nice and quick. Let's pop over to another tab here. The ---- data. This option lets you include a regular string as payload in sent packets. ---- data -string. This option lets you include a regular string as payload in the sent packet. So you can see in this example here, this might be useful if you want the systems administrators of the systems that you're scanning knowing what's going on and what it is that you're doing. They can see in the logs that it was you or someone else who's got appropriate permissions. And some of the final options here. So we've got IP-options. This sends packets with specified IP options. As it says, with this option, you can change flags in the IP header. IP options are rarely seen due to practicality and security concerns. In fact, many internet routers block the most dangerous options such as source routing, so not often used. -TTL, this sets the IPv4 time to live field in sent packets to the given value that you specify. You have --spoof MAC, which spoofs the MAC address. This option only affects raw packet scans, such as SYN scan or OS detection, not connection-orientated features such as version detection or Nmap scripting engine. So I don't actually recommend using this for spoofing your Mac. You want to use something else instead. If you're on Windows, check out TMac. If you're on Linux, then you can use the Mac changer that comes with Kali. If you're on Mac, you can use Mac Daddy X, and there's also Wi-Fi spoof. So check those out as alternatives to this option here. And the reason I don't recommend to use it is because it doesn't support all features. Whereas if, for example, in Kali you use Mac Changer, it will support all features. So best not to use this and use an alternative Mac spoofer instead. And then we have bad sum, which, as it says, this sends packets with a bogus TCP, UDP or SCTP checksum. If you're worried about IDS detection, you don't want to be detected, you want to be a little less conspicuous, then here's an example of a command that you can run. You can add a little tiny fragmenting to the IP packet. You can slow the scan down. I've got it on 0 here. You can add some decoys. You can append some random data to the sent packets, and you can spoof your Mac, and I would be spoofing it using not the Nmap version. And there you have a relatively stealthy version of an Nmap scan. Let's talk about the goals and learning objectives for this section. After you've completed this section, you will understand how to invoke the various output options so you can see the Nmap scan results in the format best suited for your needs. You'll learn how to convert, merge, and compare the results. Plus, you'll learn several other extra tips and bonus bits, such as bash scripts. We're going to cover the Nmap output now, and we can see most of the commands here in the Nmap help. Let's pop onto this tab. The first output and the most common output is the -O capital N, and then the file name of the file that you want to output. So what this will do is, let's just press return. So we can see the output there. That is the normal output. And then if we have a look at that file that we've just created, normal.file, do a nano of that, we can see that's the results that we just got sent to the screen. So that's -O for output, and then capital N for normal. If we pop over onto the other tab, we can see we've got X, so this is for XML output. If we press return there, we'll see just the standard output onto the screen. But if we nano XML, we'll see this outputted in XML format in the actual file itself, with that command there, the -O capital X, and then the file name. Another possible format we can use is the greppable format with the -O capital G and then a file name. Again, as usual, the output to screen will be normal. We nano the grep file. We can see there we have got a file where each host is on one line. So let's escape out of that. So if we do a cat of the grep file and we grep for ports, we will see just the line with ports. Or if we want to grep for 80, we'll just see just the line with 80. Now if we had multiple hosts here, this would make more sense. So for example, this is showing us that this is 192.168.1.35. And say we had many hosts here, that grep of 80 would only show us the IP address of those that were returning 80. A format just for fun is the script kiddie format. So if we run that with the -O capital S, we'll see the output is normal. And then if we nano that script kiddie file, we can see the text has been changed to the hacker style text, which has very little practical real use. Let's delete those files. All gone. And if we look here, the next one is -O capital A. And then I've got results. I could put results.file. But in this instance, I won't because of how it's going to output. What this does is it creates a file in the three major formats at once. So let's do that. And if I just clear that, ls-la, and there we go. We can see results in greppable, normal, and XML. So let's think about some of the other things that we can do. Let's scan the local network for just a particular type of web server. In this case, we're going to look for port 80. So we're going to look for web servers. We're looking for versions. We've got output greppable, and we've got a dash there. That means it's not going to create a file, but it is going to output to screen in a greppable format. We're only showing the open port, so only the open port 80s. We're doing the local subnet, and then we're grepping for open. So this essentially is going to show us all of the port 80s, all of the web servers on the local network. So let's give that a run now. Take a little bit of time, not too long. And there we go. We can see 1.1 and 1.35 are both running web servers. And if I do an ls-la, you can see it's not created another greppable file. These are the ones that I previously just created with the -O capital A. And that's because we had the dash there instead. So if I pop back here, just have it like this, and then run this command without the grep, we can see the greppable format output to screen, as you can see there. But what we were doing is we were grepping for the open ports instead of seeing the closed ones. Here's a tip for how you can generate a list of IPs of live hosts. So say you're just wanting to create a list, a collection of the IPs that are live. Here I'm searching on the local network as an example. I'm not doing a reverse DNS lookup, doing the output to XML. I'm grepping nmap and I'm doing some cutting, and then I'm sending that to the live-host.txt file. Press return. So when that's finished, that will create this live-host.txt file. So let's do an ls-la. There we go, there we can see the file. If we do a cat of that file, we'll see the host there listed of what is live as a list of IP addresses. So that can be useful. That's a useful little command there for a list of IP addresses. You can, of course, amend to that by just having the greater than, which will append to that file. So here's just another example. Let's cat the file again. And you can see it adds this and this in, but we get that there. So if we do large scans, we can just delete these out and you get a list of the IPs. That's a pretty useful tool that I've used a few times. You can also append to a regular scan's results with the --append -output command. So if I just run this command here first, let's do a cat of the file. We can see just that one there. And then let's add --append. And we'll be appending it to this file. And then let's change it so it's a different IP. So that we'll have two that are then in this file.file. So we get the output. Then let's nano the file. And we can see the first results at the top for 1.1 and the second results at the bottom for 1.35. Which is with that --append -output. Some other output options you've got here. You've got the style sheet that you can change. So you can add XLR style sheet to transform XML output to HTML, as it says here. You've got web XML. So you can reference style sheets from nmap.org for more portable XML. And you've got this no style sheet to prevent associating of XSL style sheets with XML output. So that's pretty much all of the output options, and I've shown you a couple of other little tricks there with cut and for appending results. Okay, let's go through some of the miscellaneous options and some of the other things that we've not discussed already. Some of the miscellaneous options we have actually touched on already, but I'm just going to revisit them again as they're part of this section here. So let's pop onto this tab, and we have something that you will be very familiar with, the -V or just V is verbose level 1, verbose level 2, verbose level 3, and so on. So we can run this and we will essentially get more output. And of course, if we run without this and press V, I was a bit too slow there, if I press V during it, then we'll get a verbose output. And the more times I press V while it's running, the more verbose the output will be. And that is the same for this as well, but this is D and this is debug. The increased debug level is useful when you create Lua scripts when you're wanting to do debugging on those. So let's give this a go. And we can see the output there. You see all the ports that are closed, etc., etc. And like I said, you can press D when it's doing the scan itself. So there you go, that's that. -reason, you can display the reason a port is in a particular state, and you get the same output, or you see the reason output when you do a -VV2. So we do that, and we can see there the reason is we've got a SYN ACK back. which we've seen before. And we've also got the open added to the end of it, which we've seen before. So it will only show open or possibly open ports. Hit return on that one. And we can see there the open or possibly open ports. Another one I'm tacking onto the end here is this -- packet - trace. This will show all packets sent and received. So if I click on that, there we go. We can see all those packets going backwards and forwards. Source IP address, source port, target IP address, target port. And let me show you an example of why that might be useful. So if we change the source port to 53, we can actually check to see whether it actually works or not. And there we go. We can see, of course, this is the IP address of this machine, and it's sending it out from source port 53. And if I was a little bit quick there, that was the command -- source - port. We also showed that with -G on previous examples, which would be exactly the same. Let's just change that to G. And there we go. And we can see the source port is 53. It's doing it as it is supposed to. There's nmap -- IF list. This shows the host interfaces and routes for debugging. This is, well, it's useful for debugging. It's much like the IP command, the root command, or netstack command, but just simply using nmap. And there you go. That's the output. I guess useful if you don't have access to those commands. You can resume an aborted scan. If a scan dies for whatever reason or by pressing Ctrl+C, resuming the scan may be possible if a normal scan or a greppable log was kept of the scan and you were far enough through that scan. The user can ask nmap to resume scanning with the target that it was working on when the execution ceased, and you specify this with the -- resume option and pass the normal or greppable output file as its argument, and no other arguments are permitted, otherwise it won't work. nmap can scan IPv6, and you can see here an example with the -6 and then an IPv6 IP address. And that would go ahead and do the scan if you're on an IPv6 network. Another useful option, if you want to do a complete scan, is to use the -A. This enables OS detection, version detection, script scanning, and trace route with just the -A. So think of it as A as in all. So let's run this, take a little bit of time because we've got version and OS in there. So there we go, we've got the results back. And as you can see there, we've got OS detection, version detection, script scanning, and the trace route at the end. If I pop over to this tab, that -A is essentially the same as doing all of those four. And that was the results that we got back as you've just seen. So those are the nmap miscellaneous options. -A is quite a useful one. In this lecture, we'll explore a few extras that might be useful for you when you're using nmap. So one of the useful things you can do is compare scans. So we can compare scans with the ndiff command, and you put in the two files that you want to compare. So we've got out and out2 here, XML, and it'll show us the differences. We've got the minuses here, you can see, and the pluses. The minus is what has been removed, and the plus is what has been added. So we can see these have been removed, and this has been added based on the order by which you're comparing this one to this one. So that's ndiff. You can also convert nmap XML files to HTML files. This can be useful for reporting. So let's convert out.xml. Then we've got the -O to out.html. Pop over to our browser here. And there we go. We can see quite a nice, reasonably pretty report there in HTML, which, as I said, can be useful for reports. And of course, you can do that with a full report. This is just a very, very tiny report, but you can do it with a big report and it'll convert it over to HTML. Another little trick I'd like to show you using a bash script. Maybe you want to scan a large number of servers and want a reverse sorted list of how often ports turn up on those servers. So this may be useful when scanning an organization's network, because the ports and services that are rare, that don't turn up that often, can be less well maintained because they're not part of a standard build. When you do a scan, there's loads of web servers, they can generally be the same. But then if you find the odd few ports that are like port 114 or something like that, it's like, well, what is that? That's a non-standard thing on a network. So those can be useful when looking for vulnerabilities. And I've got a previous scan here that I've done of, I think, 1,000 hosts or something like that in results.nmap. And with some grepping, some setting, some sorting, some uniquing, some sorting again and less, press return on that one. And we can see here the top of the results are web servers, followed by HTTPS servers, and then down at the bottom, we've got this 1080, we've got this 1720. Now, if you're searching more and more machines on quite a large network, then this can pop up some interesting results, particularly at the bottom. Worth knowing, there are online web-based Nmaps that you can use for a quick scan. So you can see one example here, which will scan the common 100. And you can see here we've got version detection, detecting OS, trace route, and not doing the discovery. So let's try something, shall we? What should we scan? And let's do version detection, OS detection, bit of a trace route, and we might as well not do discovery because we know it's up there. So let's give that a go. And here we go, we've got the results, and not surprisingly, we've got ports 80 and 443 open, and it's not been able to do much with the version detection there, and OS detection, scan down to the bottom, and there we've got the trace route. And here we go, there's another one, another online tool. Now, you should try running a scan against your own IP and see what sort of ports you've got open on your router. That can be quite interesting. You may have ports open that you didn't realize, and you definitely need to make sure that those are closed, or at least secured. So those are a few little extras I wanted to show you. The goals and learning objectives for this section. After you've completed this section, you'll know how to use the Nmap GUI called ZenMap. You understand how to perform scans using ZenMap and the options available within the ZenMap GUI. You will learn about the inbuilt profiles, which profiles are suitable for what, and how to use the profile editor to create commands within the GUI. We're going to look at the Nmap GUI called ZenMap now. Here we are in the Kali Linux operating system. Let's pop over to here. And if we type in ZenMap, we can see three options for ZenMap in Kali Linux. Now we want this option here. See, this is ZenMap and it's run as root. We can't see because it's not showing it all, but that's run as root, the run as root option. You want to run as root if you want the full functionality of ZenMap, such as SYN scans. And this is the same in Windows or Mac. Run ZenMap with the admin, the power user, so you get the full functionality of ZenMap. So we would click on this here, but I've already got one open, so let me open one here. And there we go, that's the ZenMap GUI. And it will look the same in all operating systems or very similar, and everything is in the same sort of place. So let's talk through the GUI. The simplest way to use ZenMap is to type in a command, as you can see here in the command box, and then you simply press scan and it will do a scan. So the next thing we would want to put in here would be our targets, but it's best not to put the targets on the command line. We want to put the targets in the target box. That way it's easier to delete them later. So if we click on this here, we can see some previous scans that have already been done. So let's have a look at this one. So we're going to look at 192.168.1.254, and we're going to look at scanme.nmap.org. Notice there's no comma between there, and you can see it creates the command here on the command box. And let's just do our first scan to show you what it does. So we click the scan button, and the scan starts there. The output for the Nmap scan, you can see here on the Nmap output tab. This is the same as the standard Nmap output with added colors. And to the right here, can you see that? That's the progress bar, so you can see that it's going. And if we look here, we can remember that -T4, that is the aggressive mode 4, which speeds up the scan. We've got -A. This enables OS detection, version detection, and script scanning and traceroute for these two hosts here. And we've got the -V, which is the verbose output, verbose level 1 output. So that's what we're getting here. So you can see this is the same standard output as you would get from Nmap. And there we go, the scan is now complete. And as you can see, we've got the results that we would normally see. But what's different here is we can see the hosts that have been separated out. So we've got the ScanMe host, the Nmap host, and we've got the local host, the .254. So let's look at the results. Let's go through the tabs. So we've seen the output tab. We can see here, this is the scan. We can select down for the scan. So the first tab we have here is ports and hosts. So for each host that we click on, so we can see here, if I click on this one, we can see the port state. We can see, i.e. if it's open, closed, filtered. We can see the protocol service. And if the version was requested, then we can see that displayed too. So you can see here on this one, it's running Apache and OpenSSH. So same results as what we're used to, but it's just in a nice tabulated table format. And we can see the results here. We've got 2280, 9929, and the elite port running on ScanMe, and on .254 we've got SSH, we've got Telnet, we've got port 80, and we've also got some other random port here at the top. So there we go, that's quite a useful tab. We've got the topology tab. Here you have various ways to see a graphical display of the scanned host. Now this doesn't look particularly busy here, but if we enable a trace route, you'll see lots more hosts on here. So let's look at these buttons. Let's click on this one, drag it down here. This is just another way to look at the host and the information that we've seen before. If we click on fisheye, we can zoom in on different parts. Onto controls, we can change here what we see. So for example, we can remove the addresses, or we can remove the host names, etc. Change to the position of where we are. Legends, we can see what icons represent. And ultimately, we can save the graphic when we're happy with it. Let's pop over to the host details tab. For each host that you click on, you can see the host details. The more information you request in the scan, the more details you will see here. So because I requested OS detection, version detection, script scanning, etc., I can see more because that's been enabled. If I click on here, this will have a little less information because it's a public server, and this will have a little more information because it's a local server. So we can see the uptime. We can see we had 4 open ports, 996 closed ports, 1,000 was scanned in total, the IP address, the guess at the operating system. We can see the port used, OS class, and the rest of the information that we've gone through before, like TCP sequence, IP ID sequence, and so on. So let's pop over to the scans tab. Here you'll be able to see a list of the scans which you have done within ZenMap. So at the moment we can see only one, which is the scan that I've just done, and that it is unsaved. We can append to scans, so we can add another scan to this. So let's add that one. And now we can see all of the results added to there. And we can see there that's below. You can see all of these hosts that have been scanned. We pop down here, we'll be able to see all the details of these. Let's go back to scans. So append, I've just appended one. If I click on it, I can remove a scan, and that will also remove its output from here, which can be quite useful if it starts to get a little bit messy. And of course, if I remove one here, you'll see all of the hosts that are relevant to that scan disappear. So if I remove that one, we can see that all of those hosts from that have disappeared. If I double click on this, it'll take me to the output tab for the output for that scan. We can see this is unsaved. So if you go on scan and save scan, we can save the scan. If we've got multiple scans here, we can save all scans to the directory. We can open a new window, which you can see here. we can open a scan. So if we open a previous scan, so this one, we'll be able to see the results. Just scan that across for that one. So there we are. Pretty standard stuff. Open scan in a new window, print, close window. And in tools, we can compare results. So if we select the results of one with another, we can compare those results. Can search scan results here. And we can also filter host. So if we click on there, you'll notice at the bottom we've got this here. If I do a .254 and return, you'll see that it'll just show that host. So that's a quick look at the GUI. We're going to go through more next. There are built-in commands called profiles, which we'll go through now. You can use these. Let's just click on there. That's where they are. You can use these as shortcuts instead of typing commands. So if I click on that, you can see it appears here. And if I click on this one, which is the default when you open it, the intense scan, you can see the command appears here. So this is the one we ran for the demo on the last lecture. So just to remind you, the -T or capital T is the aggressive mode 4, which speeds up the scan. So you're making the assumption here that you want a reasonably fast and reliable network when you're using this one. And the -A, again, it enables OS detection, version detection, script scanning, and traceroute, and verbose level 1. So that's the intense scan. And if you notice here, we've got intense scan, intense scan, intense scan, intense scan. So these add or remove something to the intense scan. So this original command. So we've got the original command here, and then plus we're adding UDP. So if we look here, we can see we've got -S, capital S, which is the SYN scan. So it's telling it to do the default SYN scan. And then we've got the -S, capital U, which is the UDP scan. So it's the intense scan plus UDP. Then we've got the intense scan with all TCP ports. If we click on there, we can see here it's added the -P, and then we're adding the 65,535 ports by adding the 1 dash and then the number of the maximum port that we want to use. And then the last intense scan or edit of the original default intense scan is a no ping. So we can see here we've got the original options here, and then we've got the -PN. This means all IPs will be scanned and there will be no test to see if the targets are up using the intense scan. So as you can see there, we've gone through all the intense scans, and now onto the ping scan. Ping is simply -S, -N. This does discovery to see if servers or targets are active and up, or live effectively, but does not check port. So it doesn't do port scanning, it does discovery only. It's called the ping scan, or you could consider it discovery scan. I tend to prefer the word discovery over ping because ping is a specific type of network activity in TCP, whereas discovery is more general. Then we've done ping scan, so onto quick scan. And we can see here our usual -T is the aggressive mode 4, speed up the scan, and -F, that is to do the top 100 ports as opposed to the top 1000 ports, which will be default. If we go here, we've got quick scan plus, so it's going to be this plus an additional. So we've got the -SV, which is looking for version detection. Got the aggressive mode for speed again. It's adding OS detection. We've got the -F again for the 100 ports. And then we've got this --light version, or rather --version light. This changes how aggressive the version detection is. With version light, less probes are sent, so it's quicker for the version detection. And we've also got quick traceroute, and that effectively just does a traceroute. The -SN is the no port scan option. So just a traceroute is performed here. And then we've got regular scan. This is the default. I'll click on there. So we can see there's no options. So this is the default, which is the top 1000 TCP ports. And we run ZenMap as a privileged user. So in Linux, that would be the root. In Windows, that would be admin. This command will launch the SYN stealth scan. For unprivileged accounts that can't create raw packets, the TCP connect scan is used. And with this default command, no discovery options have been given. So remember, ZenMap sends an ICMP echo request, a ping, a TCP SYN packet to port 443, a TCP ACK packet to port 80, and an ICMP timestamp request if no discovery options are given, like here. The exception to this are the ARP for IPv4 and the neighborhood discovery for IPv6 scans, which are used for any targets on a local Ethernet network. So if your targets are on the local Ethernet, it will do that ARP or neighborhood discovery as well. So that is the default. As we've already gone through in Nmap, it is not any different. I'm just reminding you again, as repetition helps you to remember. And then onto the final profile, which is the slow comprehensive scan. And look at that, we've got quite a meaty command there. So what is this doing? So we can see here we've got our SYN scan, we've got our UDP scan, we're speeding it up to 4. Now note, although it says, if we look here, slow comprehensive scan in the profile name, it doesn't mean that this is a stealth scan, a slow scan, that it's going to scan slowly. That would be T0 or T1. This is actually a T4, which is to attempt to speed it up. Minus capital A, so OS detection, version detection, script scanning, tracer, verbose level 1. Minus capital P, capital E is the ICMP echo for discovery. You've also got minus capital P, which is the ICMP timestamp for discovery. We've got PS or capital PS, which is the SYN ACK host discovery. And they've specified here port 80 and port 443, the common web ports. We've also got minus capital P, capital A, which is ACK host discovery on 3389. Got minus capital P, capital U, which is UDP host discovery on 40125. We've got minus capital P, minus Y, which is SCTP discovery, and minus G on 53. So that's changing the source port to 53 to look like DNS. And then we're invoking the scripts here. So we're adding scripting from possibly default, discovery, and safe. So those are the built-in profiles. There they are there. You can edit these and create your own profiles, which we're going to cover next. Let's look at the ZenMap profile editor, which is a great tool if you're not good at remembering all the available commands in Nmap. And let's be frank, there are a lot of options in Nmap. So the profile editor, which is what you can see here, is a tool for creating and editing Nmap commands within ZenMap. So this is what it looks like. Let me just close that a minute. And you get to it by going to profile here, and you can see there's two options. You can create a new command, or you can edit an existing command. So if I go back to here, I'm actually editing the intense scan option. If I click on scan here, you can see what is ticked is what is actually enabled here. So you can, of course, just directly enter a command here. So if I change this to T3, and we can see here that this has changed to T3. If I change it to T4, you can see it's gone to aggressive mode. So we can go through the tabs and select an option, and it will populate it there or remove it, or we can type it directly into the command itself or the command box. And we can see a number of tabs here which are common to what we've been going through on the course. It is slower, obviously, to create a command using the profile GUI than it is just entering it on the command line. But on the plus side, the profile editor prompts you with helpful information, like you can see here, which you wouldn't have at the command line. So you can see we've got this information here. We've also got help here. We can see with scripts in particular, which you won't necessarily know the arguments for, we've got the arguments and we can enter the values. If we click on the timing tab, for example, we can also see, if you're not quite sure, particularly on timing, you can be confused as to what the actual example input is or the right input is. We can also see the example inputs. So ZenMap is a good training tool for using Nmap. So let's look at the tabs. We have profile here. where we can edit the profile name. So we can call that version 2, and we can also edit the description here. Pretty obvious. We've got scan here. So these are the normal scan options that we are used to seeing: TCP, non-TCP scans, OS detection, version detection, idle scan, etc. We click these, it populates it into the command as I've shown you. Ping, so these are all the discovery options. Don't ping before scanning, ICMP ping. And of course, just to remind you, if we look here, we can see the useful help information for these particular commands. Scripting, which I showed you before. Obviously, this is the Nmap scripting engine. You can specify the scripts that you want to add. I want username, put Nathan. And there we go. We can see it populates it. Useful for some of the more complex, or it's useful to use Nmap with some of the more complex scripts, as you can see here, to enable you to create those scripts. And if we go on to target, pretty obvious. This is for target selection, and you can open files to exclude, and you can see you've got a target list, etc. And then on to source. This is the source port and IP. Other, this is the miscellaneous options. We can see there we've got verbose, change the verbose settings. Let's whack that up to 3. And we've got timing and performance. So let's change that to 1. You will notice that all options are not actually available that you have fully in Nmap. So for example, there is no data string or output options in here. But still, there are plenty of options, and definitely ZenMap is worth having a play with, especially when you're new and especially when you're looking at scripting options, which can be a little bit more complicated to remember and to specify. So there you go, that's the ZenMap GUI, and I think it's pretty good, really. It's a good addition to the Nmap command line tool. The goals and learning objectives for this section. After you've completed this section, you understand how criminal black hat hackers can use Nmap in the real world. You understand how Nmap is used in combination with hacking infrastructures, command and control servers, stolen owned servers, and stable servers. You'll learn how hacking infrastructure is used and where Nmap fits into the criminal hacking process. I thought it would be interesting to explain to you how Nmap is used by criminal black hat hackers in the real world in combination with their hacking infrastructure, which you can see somewhat illustrated here. This in the middle is the hackers' hacking infrastructure, because this is different to how most people use Nmap. Most people use Nmap, simply run it from their laptop, their server, and then just scan. They have no need for anonymization. So black hat hackers use Nmap in a different way, and it's interesting to see what it is that they do. So let's have a look at this picture here. What we have is our black hat hacker here, illustrated by the black hat. He would normally connect and anonymize to the hacking infrastructure by some sort of anonymizing service. So that could be John Donham, that could be Tor. It would be most likely to be Tor here. So we can see our Tor client. We're hopping over our hops, and then we're onto our hacking infrastructure here, which is the first part, the stable part, and the less stable part, or the owned. And these owned servers here, these will be owned by someone else, and unbeknownst to them, they are being used as pivots and proxies to hide the IP addresses of these stable servers here. So we can call these the less stable servers or owned servers as part of this hacking infrastructure. Whenever you don't want to expose your stable servers, you'll pivot through the less stable servers to these owned servers. And these less stable servers are used for when black hat hackers want a fast connection without pivoting. This is where the black hats would run Nmap from, to do the port scanning, to scan the whole internet for targets, as illustrated by these here. Or if they picked a specific target, then they could be scanning that target from the less stable or owned servers. And there would be many other hacking tools on the infrastructure, much like what you will find on a pen testing laptop or pen testing device like Kali. Plus it would have web servers on it for social engineering and phishing attacks and that sort of stuff. So any serious black hat should be using a hacking infrastructure like this, from which the Nmap scanning is actually done. Ethical hackers, those who do penetration tests for clients who are getting paid, have no need for such a hacking infrastructure and often just run Nmap, as I said, from a laptop on something like Kali, directly scanning their targets. Hackers use Nmap for finding targets. So, for example, using Nmap to search for vulnerable versions of a piece of software, or using Nmap scripts to find and exploit vulnerabilities. So in this diagram, that will be hunting around the internet to find things randomly. Sometimes a target is chosen in advance by a black hat for maybe financial or political reasons. They have chosen a specific target. Then the hacker will use Nmap to find all interesting internet accessible hosts and ports of that organization, that target that they have pre-selected. Or once a compromise has been achieved, so imagine we've compromised this network here, Nmap is installed on an internal device of a hacked compromised network, and then from there they will scan internal networks. So just to reiterate, Nmap can be used for finding targets. Once you've found a target, it can be used for scanning those targets, and then when you actually compromise a target, it can be used for scanning internally. 3 general ways in which the black hat tends to use Nmap. And of course, Nmaps need to be anonymous, as I mentioned, so Tor is generally used to connect anonymously to the hacking infrastructure. So you never even connect to this hacking infrastructure non-anonymously in the first place either. But the reason you want to keep these anonymous too is because you want to keep them active for as long as possible without them being compromised in terms of their attribution back to you. And there are a number of reasons why you wouldn't just hack from a Tor exit node. The Tor exit nodes can be blacklisted. It can cause suspicion if you're doing some sort of hacking or Nmap scanning from a Tor exit node. And it's also slow, so you can't do a scan very effectively from an exit node. And further down the line, you can't receive connectbacks or reverse shells, which is essential for accessing hacked machines. So the hacking infrastructure is required for any black hat and is a fundamental piece of the puzzle for success and not getting caught if you are a budding criminal hacker. And back to the stable servers, these are usually bought anonymously with digital currency like Bitcoin or mailed in cash to the provider. The black hat would never connect to these with a real IP address, as I've said, and only through Tor or other anonymizing service like John Donham. It's good to have stable, reliable service from which the hacking can be done, and also to receive those connect-back shells and reverse shells that I mentioned to launch attacks and to store pilfered data as well. So where do they acquire these servers from? Well, there are servers for rent that are especially resistant to influence, and the owners are lenient about what the servers are used for. And for this reason, they're called bulletproof hosting services, or BPHS. Also another term is offshore hosting. So in theory, these should be more resistant to pressure from law enforcement. So the choice of the black hat hacker. And the owners of these bulletproof hosting services, these offshore services, obviously are potentially untrustworthy, and most of these servers are used for illegal activity. Black hats will try to use servers in locations out of the sphere of influence of law enforcement agencies that are local to themselves and their targets where possible, to limit what law enforcement agencies can investigate. Lack of jurisdiction is actually a real problem for investigating cyber crimes at the moment. Black hats search the hacker black hat forums and the dark web to find bulletproof hosting services. Many advertise on Russian and Chinese speaking forums only, which makes them difficult to access for English speakers only. To minimize the chance of attribution and being caught, the black hat should change the hacking infrastructure per major job that is done. This reduces the risk of building up a case of hacks performed by the black hat because they are tied to the hacking infrastructure. So you change out the hacking infrastructure periodically. Per major job, you would have different hacking infrastructure accounts, domain names Bitcoin addresses, emails, pseudonyms, and so on. The Black Hat doesn't want to tie one job with another, as this would increase the number of crimes that would be associated and that they could be convicted of. And also, if it appears that you have a large portfolio of crime, you will become more of a target. And you will require things like domain name, command and control addresses for tunneling out of networks for guaranteed egress too. You would tunnel over DNS. That's a common way out of a network. So the hacking servers are highly likely to have DNS functionality. And for a robust command and control, the Black Hat would register a domain name and designate the system running the DNS command and control server software as the authoritative DNS server for that domain. This way, a DNS client does not even need to connect directly to the command and control server to receive commands. Commands will be passed through the DNS ecosystem until they reach an authorized server, authorized DNS server. DNS Cat 2 is an example of a client and server tool to accomplish this task. So there we go. We've gone a little bit deeper into the hacking infrastructure, but essentially this is the sort of thing that will be used in combination with Nmap to either find our targets initially, once we have a target, to scan the target, and then once the target is compromised, to scan to identify further interesting hosts and what ports are on there. But I thought it would just be interesting just to show you how Nmap is used in combination with an infrastructure in the real world by Black Hat hackers. Once you've completed this course, you can get a certificate of completion signed by me, which you can see here in front of you. This provides the relevant information that you need to earn something called Continuing Professional Education Credits, or CPEs. These are the qualifications that you might have now or might want to get in the future, such as Security Plus, CISP, CISA, CISM, and so on. So if you want your CPE points, once you've completed this course, go to this URL that you can see here and make a request for the certificate. This service is provided free of charge, but please allow up to 48 days for delivery of the certificates because there is an administration behind setting up the certificate for you. Thank you, and I hope that helps. Well, congratulations on making it to the end of the course. I hope you've enjoyed learning as much as I've enjoyed teaching you. To stay up to date on the latest in all things cybersecurity, you can stay in contact with me through Twitter, Facebook, my blog, my newsletter, and if you're on LinkedIn, you can add me on there too if you like. It's been great teaching you. See you on the next course. Welcome to the preview section. Here I give you some free examples of lectures from other courses that I've produced. My courses come highly recommended by over 50,000 active students, so please enjoy checking out these free preview lectures. Let's talk about password cracking. For simplicity, you can consider there to be three ways to crack passwords. First, you've got dictionary attacks. This is where you try all words from a massive dictionary of words, including especially common passwords that we use or humans use. Humans only generally actually use around 10,000 or so words anyway. So a good dictionary of common words goes quite far in helping you to crack simple passwords. Then the second type is brute force attacks. This is where you try every single password possibility using every possible character combination. And then you have hybrid attacks where you use the psychology of human behavior, combine it with a dictionary and brute force attacks. So those would roughly be the three main ways of cracking passwords. But then to dig into it in a little bit more detail, in the cracking world, there are many specialist types of attacks, where, as it says here, each word of a dictionary is appended to each word in a dictionary. So you can see the input here, these words, and then you combine them together in order to get passwords you can use for cracking. So that's a combinator attack. And then you can have rule-based attacks. So based on the input words from a dictionary, you design rules to produce variants of those words. So you can see here as an example, we have the input words, and then based on a rule, it will change that word that's in the dictionary and produce this output. So you can see you've got things like change it to lowercase, change it to uppercase, capitalize the first letter, the sort of things that human beings do with their passwords. And here you can see all of the rule-based derivations of the word password. You can analyze password patterns. So for example, after cracking a percentage of passwords from a site or a location, you can look for patterns, password length, character set, complexity, mask, and feed this in to refining your rules. And any good cracker will absolutely do that when they have a lot of password hashes to crack. And you would also create custom rules as well. If you know the source of the hashes, such as the famous Ashley Madison hack, you would scrape the company website to make a list of words that pertain to that specific field or business, or you would work out what the words were yourself. For example, the crackers of Ashley Madison tried words orientated towards dating and gender, and those words did feature prevalently in the cracked passwords. You can try leet speak as well, where 3's are changed to E's and O's are changed to zeros. This is a common technique that people use. You can apply leet speak as rules on the dictionary words that you have. Markov chains can be applied to password cracking. In general, we know capital letters come at the beginning, lowercase letters come in the middle, and symbols and numbers come at the end of passwords. And attackers are able to crack almost as many passwords assigning rules like this as they are with straight brute force attacks. Cracking can be done online or it can be done offline, and this actually makes an enormous difference. Online attacks are where the cracker interacts with the crypto system, usually a dictionary attack against a network-based service. For example, SSH login or website login, and a tool in Kali, which you can see here, supports this online password cracking. And you can see here some of the syntax. So password cracking FTP, IMAP, POP3, FTP. You provide it with the list, you provide it with the password, and you can even use proxies as well. Hydra is a common tool used for online cracking. And online attacks can also be just a few guesses against an operating system login. You throw a few usernames and passwords at it and see how you get on. But online attacks are extremely slow attacks because of the response time of the crypto system. You are interacting with the crypto system as you attempt to do the cracking. And with Hydra, in this example, this will be done potentially over the internet or over a network, which can slow it down even more. So you can be in the region of, say, 1 guess a second to maybe 1,000 guesses a second, depending on the system's response time, what sort of system it is. There are many variables. And most modern crypto systems and services can defend themselves against these online active attacks because they are simply aware of the number of attempts that are being made. So if you take any of these, for example, FTP, IMAP, POP, SSH, servers that would receive this sort of attack, the sort of defense that they might have is to block the IP of the attacker once a certain number of attempts have been made. They could also maybe inform the user of an IMAP account, an email account, that something is wrong, or they could inform the administrator, and they could even lock the accounts out. And they would lock the accounts out if it was something like an operating system, if you made too many attempts to log in. So these defenses all help try to mitigate these active online attacks. And although these online attacks are common, they are only successful against very simple usernames and passwords like username, admin, password. We get these sort of online attacks consistently against our servers, and that's not unusual for anyone that's on the internet. And I can even see when I look at the logs which tools they're actually using based on the traffic, because these tools give away a signature. Hydra, for example, is quite easy to tell that they're using. And of course, the usual defense is to block the IP address. The attacker then automatically changes the IP address, more than likely to proxies, especially if they're using Hydra, or they could change it because they've got a botnet and then they keep trying to crack the login. The normal defense is then to block that IP again, and you keep doing that back and forth until they go away. And this is all automated, both sides. And with strong passwords, they're doomed never to succeed because the passwords will never be correct. And with online attacks, they just simply cannot try enough usernames and passwords to crack systems with complex passwords. So that's the online attacks, when you get to interact with the service, interact with the crypto system. And then there are the offline attacks, where the attackers have access to the password hashes. There is no interaction with the crypto system. The crypto system cannot defend itself. It is just a case of trying to convert these hashes. These are examples of hashes with the various hash types, and convert them into their actual plain text value, which you can see here as an example. This is a file of usernames and the hashed password, something that will often be within a system in order that people can log on. We talked about hashes and passwords in the crypto section, but let's revisit. Storing passwords in clear text is massively insecure. This here should never be the actual password when it is stored in a system, but people still do it. I was using a system the other day and the admin was able to give me the password of an account, which shows that hashes are not used. This is because hashes are one-way functions. Once a password is put through a hash, it is converted to this fixed length string like this, and it cannot be converted back to its password. It can only be attempted to be cracked. This is why they are better to use than clear text passwords. The idea is if they are stolen, they still need to be cracked. If they're in plain text, then they don't need to be cracked, obviously. And in order to confirm someone's login, they either send their password and you convert it to a hash and compare it. And from the comparison, if it's the same, then you know it's the correct password. Or the user actually sends a hashed version of their password and the two hashes are compared. That is obviously the more secure version, to send a copy of the hash. And this all happens behind the scenes on many systems. And we've got a website here where we can put data or input into the web form and run it through one of these hash functions. You can see we've got all these here. So let's do it with SHA-1. Try password, hash it, and there we are. That's the hash of password using SHA-1. And for everybody who uses the word password as their password and SHA-1 is used, this will be the hash. And you can see here with SHA-1 it's quite short relatively, but if we were to use SHA-512, you can see it is much larger and therefore harder to crack. Here we have a form that enables us to enter input, and it will run it through the PBKDF2 hash algorithm, which is the password-based key derivation function number 2. So let's put in our password as password, and we'll press this. In the real world and on good systems, passwords are often concatenated with a random and non-secret value called a salt. So we see this in here. That's what this would be here. And we can change its length. So let's call it salt1. And this would be stored with the password hash. So let's hash it. And there we are. We get our hash based on this hash function. Now, because this is salted, it has been concatenated with this value. So if we change this, it would mean our hash value would be different even though our input is the same. So let's hash that, and we can see we have a different hash. So because users have different salts, it is not feasible to store tables of pre-computed hash values of common passwords called rainbow tables to make it faster to crack the passwords, which is why people salt passwords. But salts aren't quite as useful as you might imagine. Almost no one uses rainbow tables anymore in the real world when it comes to cracking anymore. This is because the file size for the tables have just become too massive and are less useful now that GPU-based cracking is possible. GPUs offer much better performance over CPU for cracking passwords. Salting does nothing to slow down the cracking of a single hash and does little to slow down attacks on a small number of hashes. When you are trying to protect a lot of passwords, say for example you're the owner of a site with many thousands of users, salts are more useful as a defense, but they are less useful than people think. This is because when you crack a large number of passwords, like for example the Ashley Madison website or other websites, or wherever they come from, a large percentage will be cracked quickly, because when you have a large number of passwords, many, as is the nature of human beings, will simply be poor, even if there's password policies. And then that leaves you with a shorter list of passwords. And when you have a short list of passwords, salts become less of a useful defense. Hence why salting isn't a strong mitigation to slow down cracking, but salting should still be used though. Security architects, when designing solutions for authentication who know what they're doing, use key stretching functions, also called key derivation functions, such as this one here, PBKDF2, and also bcrypt is good and scrypt is good as a key derivation function. And what they typically do is use repeated invocations or iterations of a cryptographic hash to increase the time required to perform brute force attacks on stored password digests. And this is how you want your passwords stored, not that you have preference most of the time. And with this, I can show you exactly what I mean. So what we can do here is we can give this 10,000 iterations. And what that'll do is it will take this password, it'll run it through this hashing algorithm, concatenating it with this salt value, produce its output, which is the hash key. It'll then take the hash key and run it through 10,000 iterations, or however many we decide to put in, hash, and then that gives us our hash value. So if we change this just by 1, we will still get a different hash. If the system or site you use uses a good key stretching function such as this one, and your password is complex, even if someone steals the hashes, your password will take impractically too long to crack, even with extremely powerful machines and nation states behind the cracking. One way to make hashes even more secure, and this is now getting a little bit deep in terms of the crypto, is to use another secret key to encrypt the hash while it waits in the database, ready to be potentially stolen. So we would take this hash, we would not store this. What we would do is we would make this as input to a round of encryption before we stored it. And this would be encrypted with our master password, encrypt, and then finally we have our encrypted hash, which has been salted. It's used a key stretcher, it's had 10,001 iterations, and then it's been encrypted with AES and a master password. But the trick though is where to store that master password that we've encrypted this hash with. Ideally, it would be on another server or location separate from where you store the actual resulting value, the resulting hash, if, of course, you can afford it. But the best way is using something called a hardware security module, which is what you can see here, which is where you would store the master password, or with some HSMs, they actually do the processing for you, and the password doesn't leave the HSM. And these HSMs can be big old, powerful, expensive servers like this Talis. You can see this rack mountable one here. Or you can get little ones like this Nitro Key HSM at €50, which you could use for storing your own passwords. Or if you've got your own server, you could potentially use it as a HSM. And the second way to encrypt the hash to make it more secure is to include a secret key in the hash using a keyed hash algorithm like HMAC. So here would be the password. Then we'd have the master password. And then we'd have our hash algorithm and our iterations and our salt. And there we have our resulting HMAC. Unfortunately, people, even security professionals, don't understand the nuances of password hashing and crypto. So often passwords are stored with weak hashes, and that's just the reality of the situation, and another reason why you don't really want to share your password among sites, especially not with accounts that you care about. Password hashes can be stolen in many ways. For example, via SQL injection attacks on a website that extracts the hashes from the database. A SQL injection attack happens when a website does not validate the input of the data it receives, and because of that, you can send direct queries to the database and ask it, would you mind very much just giving me your password hashes in the worst case scenario. And here what you can see here is a website that has a collection of hash dumps from compromised websites. You can see LinkedIn, eHarmony, the dating website. These are the hashing algorithms they used. MD5, not very good, should not have used it. SHA-1, also not acceptable. So you can see even big sites doing it wrong. And then we've got analysis here, so we can check that out. And go down here. And you can see here, based on this analysis, you feed into your cracking process. You can see here there's a significant amount of the use of the word LinkedIn, so you would feed that into your rules. And the rest of this sort of information, like the length, the character sets used, character set frequency, etc. That all goes back into your re-cracking of the hashes. Hashes can also be extracted from operating systems. If you have local access to the drive, you can do that by mounting the hard drive in another operating system or using a live CD, as long as it can mount the file system. And here we have the example of Windows. We've got LM hashes, we've got NT hash, NTLM hashes for all the passwords of these users here. And in Windows, these are stored in something called the Security Account Manager, or SAM, which is essentially just a file. And those hashes can be extracted with various tools. Here's an example of one, pwdump7, and you can see it here literally dumping the usernames and hashes. And the hashes are then put into cracking tools, which I'm going to show you in a second. Because offline attacks are not interacting with the crypto system, they can't defend themselves. Hashes can't defend themselves. They're just a bunch of characters in a file. So the attack can be many times faster than online attacks. So think about in the region of 100 billion guesses per second, or maybe 100 trillion guesses per second with super multi-GPU crackers like the one you can see here. And it's this speed which enables brute force, hybrid and custom attacks that we have gone through to work with moderately complex passwords. In Kali, you'll see that there are actually lots of cracking tools. We go down to here, password attacks, got Hashcat, John the Ripper, Offcrack, there's word lists or dictionaries there, and there's other tools beside these as well. Let me introduce you to Hashcat. So we need some hashes in order to crack first, so I've downloaded some public hashes from one of the old crack sites that I've just chosen at random. And this is the file here, hashes.txt, so I'll just cat that so you can see it. So there you go, you can see all of the hashes there. Stop that for a minute. So we want to crack these and work out what the password is for each of these hashes. Sometimes you won't know what sort of hash or key derivation combination that you have, so you can try using hash ID with a hash and see what sort of results you get. And we can see here that this is possibly a number of different hashes, but I actually know that this is MD5. We're going to use a word list or dictionary attack as part of a kind of hybrid attack. So here's our dictionary. This is what this looks like. See lots of common words that people use for passwords. You can see it's not actually that big. And here's a command. We're going to use hashcat. The -m is to tell it that it's MD5. Those are the hashes. That's the word list. And that's just simply the output file. So let's give it a go. Let's see what we get. So the word list has successfully cracked 22,000 out of 500 odd thousand hashes. That's about 4%. And that was literally in a few seconds with a dictionary attack. And here we are, same command, but with -A1. 1 for hashcat is a combination attack. Let's press S for status. We can see it there, cracking more files. Let's quit that. Remember this file here. This is how we can potentially add rules. So we can take our dictionary with our input words and then change them to other words. So here this would do nothing. If we had that as a rule, that'd be lowercase. We can append characters. We can duplicate the word, password. So I've got a rules file here. So I've just added these. So we've got some appending of characters at the end. We've got F for duplicate word reversed and colon for do nothing. So let's save that. And we append to the end here our -- rules and then our rules file. Let's give that a go. And you can see in literally just a few seconds, we went from 22,000 to 23,000. So that gives you a flavor of the sort of process that you go through when you're doing password cracking. And because these were MD5, these were much, much faster to crack than they would be if they'd used a key stretching function. You can even try decrypting online, and there are a number of sites that can enable you to do that. Check out this link, it provides a bunch of sites that enable you to do that. The big one is actually crackstation.net. And online cracking is actually very viable because it's fast and easy to hire for short periods of time. Massively powerful servers, for example with AWS, Amazon, you can rent these for short periods of time to crack passwords, which is what people do. It's a time cost exercise. But if the right hash, key derivation function, key length and password has been chosen, then it's unlikely to be cracked even with all the power. But sometimes you don't always have to crack the hash. You can capture it and relay it in a relay attack. If you're a man in the middle, instead of cracking it, you just forward it on after you have captured it, enabling your access to the destination. Famously, Windows LM or NTLM hashes can be relayed due to an authentication flaw, which can be done with Metasploit in Kali. Sometimes you will be behind a HTTP proxy. This is likely when you're at places like work, school, university, private networks. If you look in the browser settings for the machine that you are forced to use when you're on that network, you can potentially tell whether or not you're using a proxy on that network. So you will see something in here, maybe here, HTTP proxy. And if you do, you need to note down the IP address and the port number. If you're on Windows and you look at Internet Explorer, that will show you if there are any system proxy settings. Again, note down the IP and the port number. You can also be using a transparent proxy, which means there will be no settings in here. You will just automatically go through the transparent proxy. And also you can be on auto detect proxy settings where you'll be using some form of proxy auto config or PAC or PAC file, which look something like this. So you'll have to try and locate the PAC file, and then if you do, you might be able to find the proxy's IP address and port. Note down the IP address and ports of any proxy servers that are in here. This file is likely to be on the proxy server as a file you can download via a web link, or it could even be a local file. There are two main types of HTTP proxies that you are likely to encounter. Now, many HTTP proxies don't actually proxy HTTPS. They only proxy HTTP, and that is because HTTPS requires more administrative efforts. They have to make more changes, they have to add encryption certificates and other sorts of things. So instead of proxying, what they do is they forward the HTTPS traffic onto the final destination, as long as of course the final destination's domain or IP is allowed, and they do this using something called the HTTP connect command that essentially opens a private tunnel for the browser to use. Proxies that do this generally should be easier to bypass, as there is no content inspection of the HTTPS, and you can create a good tunnel with HTTP Connect, which I'll show you how to do. Now, so that's the first type. second type does do full proxying of the HTTPS protocol, meaning that when it gets to here, it breaks the encryption. There is no end-to-end encryption between here and here with these second types of proxies. And because they have broke the encryption, they're able to filter here based on the contents of the traffic. So how do they do this breaking? Well, on a private network, this is normally done by placing a certificate on the browser. The browser then, wherever it connects to with a HTTPS connection, or sometimes all connections, it creates an SSL connection to the proxy here, and that's where it ends. That's where it is broken. The proxy then examines the traffic here, and if it's okay, it then forms a second SSL tunnel here, or SSL TLS connection to the final destination. And it does that on behalf of the client. Now, of course, it does require a certificate on here. If there is no certificate on here, there's no certificate installed in the browser, then you will get warnings saying that there's a certificate security error and that the certificate is invalid. But this is actually a very, very common technique in businesses that want to proxy HTTPS. You use their device, they put that cert on there, and they break the encryption at the proxy and are able to see all of the traffic. Still, it is potentially possible to get through this second type of proxy as well. So let's look at some ways of doing this. So the first tool to try to get through a HTTP proxy is Corkscrew. Corkscrew is a tool for tunneling SSH through HTTP proxies, as it says, and it supports a multitude of operating systems, including Mac OS X. You can even get it on Win32 with Cygwin, and also Linux, of course, and it is available in repositories. On Debian, for example, on Kali, sudo apt-get install and then Corkscrew, and you will be able to get a fully working version from the repository. So what we're going to do now is we're going to open up a dynamic SOCKS port proxy on our local machine that sends traffic through the HTTP proxy and then on to the SSH server. To open the connection to the SSH server, we will first try to use the HTTP connect method, which allows a client to connect to a server through an HTTP proxy by sending a HTTP connect request to the proxy. And this is how Corkscrew works, so that's what we're going to use. So let me explain this command here. So we're SSHing on port 22. Now this you would need to change. This is likely to going to be port 80 or port 443. This needs to be whatever your firewall happens to allow out. And then we're going to run additional commands, which we're going to do through the proxy command, and we're going to run Corkscrew. We're going to run the program Corkscrew, and the first thing is it's going to connect. That is the IP address of the proxy server. That's why we needed to know it. And then this here, 8118, is the port of the proxy server. And then we're going to open up a dynamic SOCKS proxy locally on 8080 that connects through to demo.stationx.net. Once we have done that, we can put in 127.0.0.1 port 8080 into a browser, and that browser will go via the HTTP proxy and then SSH onto demo.stationx.net. So let's give that a try, see if it works. So there we are, we're on the SSH server. So that has got us through the HTTP proxy. So I'm enabling my browser to go through that proxy. So 127.0.0.1, 8080, SOCKS proxy, remote VPN. And there we go. I'm coming from the Amazon data center in Dublin where the demo server is. So there you go, able to get through a HTTP Proxy, not too painful. Remember, you need to change this to a port that the firewall allows. And of course, you need corkscrew, and you need to know the IP address and port of the proxy. If the HTTP connect method is not available or corkscrew just isn't working for whatever reason, then you can try another tool. We have proxy tunnel here. I just scroll down. You can see it is available for Windows, OpenBSD, NetBSD, so it should work on Mac. It is available for Debian and Kali, and is available in the repository under proxy tunnel, so you can just simply get it there as an apt-get install proxy tunnel. And this is the command you would use. If we look here, we see this is very similar structures to what we previously did, but we're just using proxy tunnel here instead. Now see, we've got port 22. Again, that needs to change to whatever port is allowed out of your firewall, port 80, port 443, etc. So here's the actual command, proxy tunnel -p. This is the IP address of the proxy server. Then 8118 is the port. And then again, we are creating a local dynamic SOCKS proxy, and we're connecting to demo.stationx.net in order to create that SOCKS proxy. So let's give this a try. This one gives us a little bit more information here. It shows us that we're going through this HTTP proxy and we're going through to this SSH server here. And there we go. And there we are. We're coming from Ireland again, so we're successfully getting through that proxy. And you can see there, connected to the local SOCKS proxy on 8080. Now, not all proxies are going to play ball, I'm afraid. There are many things that they can use to try and stop you getting through. First one is authentication. So it may be that you need to authenticate to that server. And here you can see the command here. So I've added -P with proxy tunnel, and you enter your username :password, and you can pass your username and password to the proxy server. If you don't want to put your username and password in the actual command because it will show up in the process list, then you can use -F and just put the username and password in a file like so. And this is with proxy tunnel. And with corkscrew, you can do the same sort of thing. You can do it from a file. So there you go. You put the username and password in a file and it will send that to the proxy server. Some proxies may even want more information, like your browser's user agent and your referrer. Now you can still provide this using proxy tunnel. If you notice, this command is the same as what we've just been using, but the difference is here we've got this -H, and then here we're adding the agent in quotes. If you're not sure what your agent string is, then just do a search for user agent and paste something in there for your user agent. And it's got the host here with the -H, taking the variable here from here. And then we also have referrer, and again we're taking the variable H here, and then -P, username and password, and then creating the local tunnel. Now, that's getting a little bit large, isn't it, now as a command? So there is an alternative. Because the command is long, what we can do is we can set up a default command to run per host. And we do that by editing the config file, which will be in the .ssh folder for the user that you want to run this command. So let's edit this file. And I've actually pre-populated it here, and this is what you're going to need. So host is the nickname for the server that you're going to connect to. User is the user you're going to connect as. Host name is the IP address or URL to your server, or domain name for your server. The port you're connecting to, this is what will be 80 or 443 for you. the dynamic port that it's going to create, the SOCKS 5 proxy that it's going to create locally that you're going to connect to. And then this is the proxy command. This is the same as I've just shown you. And you could put any of the previous proxy commands just in here. And you can see it goes on and on. So now, if I save that, if I do SSH demo, it's going to do the full proxy command, proxy tunnel, because I have that configuration in my config file, and it will create that local SOCKS proxy with just this command, because demo is the host. And there we go. We can see it's connecting through the HTTP server to the SSH server. And there we are. Go on here, refresh. And there we are. The tunnel through the HTTP server using SSH is working. And there are some other options, but I can't go through every one. But the good ones are HTTP tunnel. This is some software that you put both on a server and on a client, and you create connections between the two. So instead of using SSH, you're using this instead. This is available for Windows and Linux, and it is available in the Debian Tails repository. And then Windows wise, you've got HTTP tunnel, which looks like this, which you can try out. There's Barber tunnel, you can try. There's Super Network tunnel, but that is a pay for solution, which looks like this. And then if you're in a Windows environment and you need to do NTLM type authentication, this is a authentication proxy that might enable you to get through a HTTP proxy, which may help you out if you're needing to do NTLM authentication. So that's getting through HTTP proxies. In most cases, with one of these tools or techniques, there's a good chance you will be able to get through. But of course, always remember about the consequences. If the consequences are high, all of these techniques could be discovered by a keen administrator. Let's talk about what email provider you might want to use. Now, this is completely dependent on what you need email for. There is no one answer fits all. Is it security, privacy, anonymity, pseudo-anonymity? You have to consider, who is your adversary? What is the threat? How powerful are they? What are the consequences? So as usual with security, the solution is individual to the problem. So if you are only concerned about hackers, then I actually recommend Gmail, as Google takes security very seriously. They offer two-factor authentication, which you should use if you can. They enforce storage and transport encryption on the back end. They provide anti-spam, phishing, and malware features. They send notifications of logins with the location and the device type. You can monitor your account. And if you look here, may or may not remember the story, but they even overhauled their whole network after finding out that the NSA was snooping on the Gmail, and they made 100% of the messages moving internally encrypted. I personally use Gmail for some emails, as the security solution is good enough, and I don't send emails with this account that are particularly private. A nation state would get nothing from these emails, and I use an email client, not webmail, to avoid the tracking aspect of Gmail. I also don't log into Google via a browser to avoid the tracking. So Gmail for security against a hacker is a reasonable solution. Now, if corporate tracking and privacy concerns you, then all the major free providers should be avoided, and that's especially Gmail. And that includes Yahoo, Apple, Microsoft, and so on. They're able to view your email and provide advertising based on the content. They can track you across the internet. This is minimized if you use an email client and not webmail though. If an email service is free, they are either collecting your data and selling it to third parties for advertisement, or they are running some sort of charity via donations. You have two examples of those, so Rise Up, which is this one, and Autistic are examples of the latter, who are supported by charity or donations, etc. So you need to find out how your provider makes money. This will tell you if they're selling your data. Read the terms and conditions and the privacy policy. Look for clear language and no legal nonsense. If they've got legalese, then, forget about them. But with any email provider, even those who are proponents of security, privacy and anonymity, as usual, we adopt the zero trust model and mitigate the risk using additional security controls. Unless your email is encrypted end-to-end, application to application, your emails are not private. You know that now. They will be readable by the provider or by request from a nation state or other such legal authority. Any solution where you are generating or using a private key within the web client isn't safe. You need to generate and use your private key in isolation away from the functionality of any browser. Some providers offer GPG or encryption of some sort and webmail integration. Just be aware that performing encryption and decryption within a web client is not really zero trust, as a provider could get access to your private key. There was a hacker named Max Vision who was caught this way. He was using an email provider. The encryption was being done client-side normally, but then the email provider changed the JavaScript so the NSA could access his email. You want a provider who claims to do only minimal logging for maybe debugging and for short durations. No attribution information, especially IP address and timestamps. And absolutely doesn't log things like browser fingerprint information, as that is completely unnecessary. But of course, you're not going to know what they do, but they should at least claim that they don't do it. Now, there are some email providers that offer what they claim is zero knowledge for internal communication, so i.e. emails to and from within the same provider. Two examples of those that I'm aware of are Ghostmail, which is these guys, and you've also got Tottenham, I think that's how you say it. Tottenham also allows the adding of a password and encryption for sending external email, but because you enter this password in the browser using their code, they could determine the password. It's not zero knowledge. Ghostmail has a self-destruction option for internal emails, but nothing stops someone from copying the email to prevent this from being useful. But what these providers are offering is still good and will be good for most situations. I'm just pointing out that these are not perfect solutions. There are weaknesses here. If you have an adversary of sufficient means, they will take advantage of these things. I'm also hammering home the point here that if you really need privacy, then you should encrypt away from the email application with a key only you know, and then paste it into your email client or application. But obviously, this isn't super convenient, but it is more secure. Avoid providers and servers in countries where they are forced to log under their local data retention laws, as we discussed in the section on VPNs. So the EU does have data retention laws and VAT laws that would mean email providers would have to retain information about your identity. This is a complex issue, as I mentioned before, with some countries complying and others flat out refusing to comply. And there's a link here, which is very good, which I provided in the section on VPNs as well, which you should look at. This will tell you what locations have mandatory data retention laws, and obviously you may not want to go for one of those countries that has laws that mean they have to retain information that you don't really want them to retain. In the EU, the following countries reject in some way data retention: Bulgaria, Cyprus, Iceland, although that's not technically in Europe, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Romania, Serbia, Sweden. Avoid using email providers who are registered in or whose servers are in the jurisdiction of any nation state you wish to avoid or any adversary you wish to avoid. I.e., if it's the United States, a server in Russia or China could work for you. For reasons of spying and subpoenas, companies and servers in jurisdictions of the Five Eyes should probably be avoided, including Australia, Canada, New Zealand, UK, USA, and even the 14 Eyes countries. I personally like Panama as a location. Storing email encrypted would be preferable if the provider provides that. That provides security against theft or seizure. Ensure they use a secure cipher suite with perfect forward secrecy, as we've discussed and you know how to test for now. If you access email via webmail, they should be able to pass the privacy test that we showed here. Otherwise, you're accepting that every email you open is tracked back to the IP address you're presenting to the email provider. If you use Thunderbird or other such email client, this should be irrelevant, as you should be disabling remote content anyway. They should accept bitcoins, cash, or other anonymous forms of payment if you wish to be anonymous. Also, not really a security issue, but you need to consider cost and storage limits, and perhaps whether or not you want to go for a free versus paid for service. If you are paying, when signing up, they should require only minimal information, things like username, password, or even less. So no personal information should be required or recorded. They shouldn't use external providers for support like Google Apps or something like that, so information is then provided to a third party. They should be accessible via an anonymizing service you intend to use, so Tor, VPN, John Donham. You have to make sure that they're accessible via one of those mechanisms, otherwise you're going to waste your money. They should have physical control over their own servers and network. Dedicated servers in third-party data centers is fine. No shared virtual private servers or cloud servers. The mail servers should be hardened. No extra service should be running on the mail servers, like you don't want a web server running on the server if it should just have SMTP and IMAP. No SSL, no SSH to the public, etc. Providing aliases is a great feature if they can provide it. You can have, this is where you can have a number of different email addresses. You can use this for isolation, use different emails for registering different accounts and for different registrations. This helps prevent spam and hacking. You can use one particular alias for what you register with and use another alias for, say, for example, more private activity. Check to see what their history is. Look at reviews. Do they have a bad history? Do they have a good history of providing a service? Do they have any history of providing information to nation states? Is the service a good service, a slow service? Some providers allow you to use your own domain name. You might want this service. And also very important is, do they offer access via an email client via IMAP, POP, SMTP, etc.? Or is it webmail, or is it both? Some do, some don't. Here is a list of security-focused email providers that I'm aware of, but please do your own research, but this is a good list to start off with. A great site also for a breakdown of privacy-conscious email services is this one here, which is probably a little bit small on your screen, but it has a breakdown of lots of different email providers here. And then it provides a breakdown of all the various things that they offer, links to their terms and conditions, where they're located, how much storage you get, do they take bitcoins, how much do they charge, do they have logs, do they strip out IP addresses, how good is their encryption. You can see here they've got the Qualys SSL test. Then you've got here, look, FPS, which is perfect forward secrecy. So yeah, great site. Another good site to check out is this Reddit thread, which was started about 2 years ago and is sort of updated with information on secure email providers. But probably the best option for security and privacy for someone technical is to run your own mail server. You can set up your own mail server at relatively little expense, given how much it is to get a virtual private server or dedicated server or a bulletproof dedicated server. Obviously, a dedicated server is better than any sort of virtualization. The box would need to be fully hardened, security hardened, and made resistant to snooping and hacking. The problem is you need the technical expertise to set it up securely and correctly so it works. If you don't have the skill, you probably shouldn't attempt it. You could pay for a provider to do this for you though. And another option is this here, which is Mail in a Box, which is an easier way of creating your own mail server. You will need a server though to put it on, and if we read what this is, Mail in a Box lets you become your own mail service provider in a few easy steps. It's sort of like making your own Gmail, but one you control from top to bottom. Technically, Mail in a Box turns a fresh cloud computer into a working mail server, but you don't need to be a technical expert to set it up. So this guy does really look like he knows what he's doing, so this could be a good option for you. So that's my tips on choosing an email provider. Because the router is the main doorway and gateway into your network, both locally and via the internet, it is a crucial component for maintaining security, privacy, and anonymity. Routers have a very, very tainted history of vulnerabilities and bad default configuration. They are often plugged in and just left running. If they become vulnerable, you never find out and nothing is ever done about it, and they remain vulnerable. Here you see some of the many examples of vulnerable routers and incidents of vulnerable routers. Let me introduce you to Shodan if you're not familiar with it. Think of Shodan as a search engine that searches for vulnerable devices on the internet. It's the Google of vulnerabilities, or the Google of Internet of Things, if you like. It continually scans the internet looking for vulnerabilities and then adds it to their database to make it searchable. So let me give you an example here. So I'm typing in just simply Netgear. Both hackers and security researchers use this to find targets and to protect their own infrastructure. So this search query here has returned back devices that have responded with the string Netgear, Netgear being one of the most popular home router manufacturers. So what this means is that these are open ports on these Netgears. So if you look here, you can see there's 100,000 Netgears with port 8080 open. You've got HTTP, you've got FTP, and this is essentially the response back that they're giving. So it's saying which Netgear it is, and it's saying unauthenticated because a username and password's not being provided. Unless there is a very good reason and the device has been hardened especially for it, no router should be allowing access to its admin interface to the whole internet like this. The attack surface has to be minimized. If you need access to your admin interface, you need to at least VPN in to your network in order to access the admin interface, or preferably it should only be accessible internally. So literally hundreds of thousands of them, and that's just from one search, from one string. The sort of strings you are more likely to put into this search engine here are ones that indicate vulnerabilities so that you can find vulnerable devices. So I've put in here default password, meaning that these devices are responding with the terms default and password. And if we look down here, let's see what we can find. So this has given us some examples that Cisco might be the default password. But then we've got this particularly interesting one telling us that the default username is admin and the password is 1234. And that's on ADSL. Looks like probably Taiwan. So that is somebody's home router that's probably got the username and password displayed to everyone on the internet. Well, let's find out. So there we are. We're on some unfortunate person's, let me just zoom in. We're on some unfortunate person's internal home router. And I don't think I need to tell you what you could do from here. Obviously, we could start trying to compromise the internal devices. We can start looking at the network traffic. We can act as a man in the middle and SSL strip his traffic. I mean, essentially, we can own the network and own his devices. Let's have a quick look. And there is his Wi-Fi password. He has actually selected the best and strongest method of encryption. And let's look at why he actually has this problem. Why is this accessible? And that's the reason. He's set up port forwarding or a DMZ, which has enabled access to this device from the internet, which was a mistake. And there'll be literally hundreds of thousands of vulnerable routers. This is just a vulnerable router in terms of default username and password, but there'll also be routers that are vulnerable in terms of they have vulnerable code, they haven't been patched, and we can even search for those using Showdown. So here I've done a search for Netgear and it's linking to the exploit database. So then we can look on the exploit database and find exploit code and exploit strings to search for, to find vulnerable routers that we can get potential root access or some sort of access to it using the various vulnerabilities that are out there. Are you confident that your own router is locked down and secure? Well, we can find out. If you find out your router's external IP address, you can go to what's my IP address. You can see it on Google. You can also go to here, whatismyipaddress.com. I've shown you this many times. And then pop that into Showdown and see what you get. This is an IP address I've just chosen at random because it represents UK BT local home users. This is just an example one. And as we can see here, this is someone's home router by the look of it. Now, because IP addresses are generally dynamic, at least they are in this country, or they certainly are with BT anyway, this means that this IP address has had this port on it at some point. It doesn't mean it is vulnerable now, but it does say last update was then. So this could very well be available. And as you can see, it's some sort of web server of some sort. And that one doesn't look to be available. So it may be that whatever the device was has now changed to a different IP address. Even if nothing shows up on here for your router's IP address, that doesn't really necessarily tell you much. You can go direct to the source of the information. If you want to know what services and ports are running on your router, you can go onto the router's web admin interface. To access your web interface, by the way, I mean, usually it would be at HTTP or HTTPS on whatever the IP address is that you looked up. And here's an example web interface for DDWRT, the router firmware. It isn't always easy to see what is running, especially if you've not looked much at your router. There are lots of tabs and sometimes services could be running, but it doesn't even tell you. You can check for services, if there's some sort of services tab to see what services might be running. If you want to know whether or not there is any network address translation, port forwarding, and demilitarized zone, then you want to look for those sorts of things: port forwarding, port range forwarding, DMZ. This can point to ports being opened up to the internet, and this will look different depending on what router you have, obviously. Check on your router to see if it has this UPnP, which is the Universal Plug and Play. This allows port forwarding to set up automatically. So you can imagine this may not be a good idea. You may have some internal device, if UPnP is set up, that communicates with your router and opens up a port automatically without your knowledge. And this also has a history of vendor vulnerabilities as well. So it's not just opening the ports automatically without your knowledge, it also has vendor vulnerabilities. So in your interface, make sure that it is disabled and set up port forwarding manually yourself if you want to do port forwarding. If you do any port forwarding, whatever you port forward to must be absolutely secure and hardened, because that is an open doorway to your network and to whatever device you are connecting to. So think long and hard about port forwarding to any device. It must be fully secure and hardened. And while you're here, you should check to see whether or not the router is up to date with patches. You'll have to look around and see whether you can find some option to see whether or not it has been updated. Other than the web admin interface, you can try to SSH or telnet to the router using the internal IP address that you got from looking up the default gateway. We're on a Mac here. Both Mac and Linux come with SSH. So there we have the default gateway. On Linux, as I said, it's root -n to show you the default gateway. This is a basic SSH command to log in. SSH is the command, root is the username, and then the IP address of the router you're trying to connect to. This will connect via the default port 22. And there we are logged in. On Windows, you don't have SSH, so you can try using a program called Putty. Just download and install it. It is free. That looks like this, and you simply put in the router IP address in here. And click open. And then enter your username and password. Then when on the router, you can attempt to look at what ports are open using netstat -tuln. And here I can see with IPv4, got port 80 listening, 53, which is DNS, and 22, which is SSH, which we've just connected to. So these are open and listening, but these are more likely to be open and listening for your local network and not your internet, unless the DMZ or port forwarding has been set up on your router. So we do definitely want to definitively check what ports are open on the internet side of the router, and I'll show you how to do that now. So what I'm going to show you are websites that do port scanning, which probe the router's open ports. There are 6,535 possible open ports, but these sites will just check well-known or common ports, or on some, like this one, you can specify a range, you can have a list, or you can use the common ports. Just a word of caution though, port scanning could be potentially maybe illegal to do on devices you don't own. It's a bit of a grey area. In the US, under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act of America and the UK Computer Misuse Act of 1990, and others in their respective countries. Although I don't ever believe there has been a conviction, it's just a bit of a grey area, so just bear that in mind. But there is no issue, of course, port scanning on your own devices. So this is my IP address here. And for interest, you can see if it can detect the service version and the operating system. I'm not going to select that because it will take a little bit longer to do. Now let's start the scan. So there you go. You can actually see a number of ports. I'm actually coming from a VPN here, so it's not unreasonable that there are some ports here. If this was your home router, it should show as having no ports. But as a demonstration, I wanted you to see it showing some ports. So here you can see it's discovered these ports here. This site's actually using a tool called Nmap, which is available in Kali, which we're going to talk more about later on. For good measure, you can try another site as well. There's this one. This searches for common ports as well. So there you go, it shows the same ports. And for good measure, there's also Steve Gibson's Shields Up. So select common ports. So there you go, slightly different results there. Another site here, you can check if your IP is in a database of known vulnerable devices and routers. Just simply go down here and click Check Me. Good news, you're all clear. Now, if you do have ports open or you are getting warnings, then you need to investigate. I recommend a full vulnerability scan, which does more than port scanning. It will check to see if the device is also vulnerable to any exploits. The best vulnerability scanner I can recommend for free is Qualys's FreeScan, which is an online vulnerability scanner, which you can see here. You will have to register and go through all that process, which is a little slow, but once you have done, you've got access to actually a very powerful vulnerability scanner. FreeScan is limited to 10 unique security scans of internet accessible assets. So you should be able to scan your external router no problem. It will provide detailed guidance on how to fix any specific vulnerabilities that you might have, but generally the answer will be to patch the router, make sure the router's up to date, and remove any services that are open and are running unless you absolutely need access to them. And if you do, those need to be secure services, i.e. they have authentication and there's no vulnerabilities in them and they are kept up to date with security patches.